He's gonna jump in.
Let me get my headset.
Come on.
What a fucking
Come on.
shot. Man, that's a good
Practice
shot.
guitar
Come
for
on.
like half an hour.
Jesus, Johnny's.
Yo, we're
Yeah.
like, we're fucking around.
That's like me when
Good
I
for
get out of
you.
the pool and I gotta quick extend my fucking bathing suit because it hugs it. And it's small.
Baby,
When,
yeah, when you get out the pool, yeah.
oh, it's not even real. First thing I do, you get out, you're
Definitely shrinkage.
that was Johnny.
Give me another one.
That's right.
Give me another.
God.
Come on.
Dude.
1-1.
Come on, man.
This time around, Huntsman.
So you practice playing
We're
guitar?
fucking around, but hey, we'll take 1-1.
That was a good
If you don't
round.
laugh, you actually
let him
cry.
Looks like we're gonna glide over onto
Welcome
the
back.
race.
Yep.
All teams pushing out. Swooty missing
You
the
got it.
shot.
Oh, yeah.
Because you said
One
so.
shot.
Practice something too, dog.
Scared of that.
Renegade overextends. He's unfortunately getting taken out of the race. Exceeds
Collateral. Those go.
Tying up a woman so she can't run away.
Blueberry?
Nice try. Yeah. Tough round.
2-1.
Ah.
2-1. Huntsman will switch over sides.
Telling you, bro, we
You
got
started the stream, dog?
Down 3 clear.
Gotta chill.
This round was just
Bro, we
straight up
can't chill.
push, slay out, easy.
That's not real.
Look like a fucking mental patient right now, bro. Holy shit.
Huntsman have to answer back. See how this ends up unfolding. Swooty, sniper in hand. I almost want to watch him every single time. I mean, it's kind of hit or miss. But when he,
This is not even funny.
honestly,
It's actually not funny.
Shots, it's exciting, but he doesn't always hit them.
It's
but either
not
way,
funny at
This is
all.
not funny at all.
There's
This
nothing
is like-
comedic about it.
This is like the.
He has the chance to swing the round into the Huntsman.
This will be funny.
Big
Yeah.
power. Nice shot onto
Bang.
Commit. Yes, we're going A.
We're gonna get in laundry and we're gonna clear everything in laundry.
I'll take that all day.
Stun him, Yep. dribble something back
The
there.
best. Oh, the worst part is right now I know John.
Oh my god.
Oh, we.
I'm
away.
No. Boys, boys, boys.
We don't.
Now go ahead and hit the ground.
We don't know that corner exists.
God, that's the automatic.
Oh.
Can't let that happen.
Oh.
Get that rock down. You saw him rotate out. Someone go launch you right now.
Please.
Get out. Reset.
He's rushing the shots right now.
Get it. Reset. Just hit it. Reset.
He's rushing the shots.
No, he's not rushing that.
Right there.
Get out. Run. No.
Yo, towards him,
Off
Swoop.
the ring, through the smoke,
Yo,
and
we are
find another
doing some
race
crazy
back
shit.
down.
Come on, boys.
Craze down. Huntsman.
Oh, Louis, this guy's in a mud.
A chance to tie
He's
it up
sinking into the
2-2.
concrete.
He's in a mud.
Look at him. He's protecting himself in the ring. That's gorgeous. 2-2. Let's go. Thank God, bro. Oh, man. They can't make it stress-free, huh?
Yeah, we are trying. We are trying to throw.
Check that corner.
Yeah, sweetie, I got this.
Yes, it
That's
does.
your sleep paralysis demon personified.
I thought he saw Brack.
Oh,
I guess he
man.
didn't. He was too concerned with Renegade.
Holy
was at.
shit.
This is fucked up.
Huntsman,
Swooty
job well
saw
done,
smoke,
tied
thought he
up
was Jack
2-2.
Ryan.
Look, Swooty,
Nice
man,
one.
he's,
Thank you.
Be something.
You know,
Can I give you
it's
the
wild
ABCs?
watching him, and sometimes it's windy.
What a
sometimes
resurgence
he's
out of
on
you
point,
today,
but
kid.
when
I
he's
mean,
on point,
seriously.
I love it.
Dude, earlier, what was wrong with me was I had like the most insane chest tightness, like right here. I felt like someone was sitting on my chest, and I had a simultaneous back pain, and I was full. My heart was racing 39 million miles. Cat thought he was gonna react. Wasn't my stomach at all.
All right, come on, man. Where do you take? They're pretty spread. Okay. I actually feel like that smoke was kind of ass. It was great. I feel like it gave us an out.
Yeah, I feel like the free pop goes down there. They took us out of the either the one game or
Like if we get out there, it was like, what, 3v2? If we could just get out there and smoke, make it mixy.
we played both sides good. We just
In this case,
don't.
though, it's
We just
very
gotta
close.
not scam.
And it is going to be another break.
We played B and A, perfect.
Bomb in hand. They're only going to be met by fire, so this is a chance for them to get
Oh,
bombed
what-
up.
get out of his
But they
fucking
do
way.
have to respect that there
Swooty
might
should be the
more
only one
waiting,
going
so
to that door.
because
Oh, no.
they're gonna play
He's
a
scared.
little
Oh, yes.
well.
Stay down for
Chunk off.
kitchen.
Yep.
Lurks is dead, motherfuckers.
Takes down.
Play like it.
Look, I'm telling you, we have contact.
Guys, stand
Keep
over.
holding this, Blueberry. Crazy thinking of
Johnny, please! He got a pistol! He got a pistol! Johnny! Yes! 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 Come on! Come on! Johnny! Come on! Fuck! Oh my God, this is insane. This is fucked up. There's no business winning that. Come on, Johnny. Oh my God, Johnny. Thank God Exceed has a pistol. Oh, thank God.
This is insane.
I mean, this is the best series. This is the best series of the weekend. I don't know if anybody else agrees. Maybe not Christmas. Watch out for this. You can get their side.
Careful, Shooty. Careful, Brad. Oh my God, oh my God. Yes! Yes! Shooty! Oh, he saw it.
Yeah, we saw it.
He's a single.
Come on. Like flags in an aquarium. Just fucking. Give it to him. Give it to him. Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Come on. Bang. Big swoop. Big swoop. Sniper's heating up. Can't read swoop. Can't read that video. Sweet, man. 200 fish Big round here. Big fucking round. No pool. I like pool. Stay the fuck away from that.
We'll give you one here. Who's number 5? Johnny, be careful.
Oh, he's on. He's on. He's on. Please tell me he saw it. He had to have seen it, right?
He's going for his trap. Is he going to hit it? No. Get out, get out. No. So this is great. This is great. Go crazy.
Oh my God. Shooty, you gotta get one. Fuck. Crack attack, bro? Fuck me.
That reaction time
He didn't see
was
him
a
in
slight
Tiki,
miss.
bro.
That was a slight
That's
miss, but
tough.
that's okay. Because it's still 4-4, tie game. They're just giving us the round 11. Are there
That's
script
tough.
writers back here? I'm not quite sure, but
If
I
we
would like
could
to go
just
see them before
plant-
the next round.
Look, we're just
Get out.
Leave one person out there.
Literally.
Everyone back the fuck
Just
up.
get out.
Is that smell
They
coming
just
from
play- they gotta play the
upstairs?
water there.
Don't fight water steps. Just,
about to say,
you know,
absolutely.
if you
Start
die
swimming.
running back, I'd rather that than you fight full steps and die. Am I tripping?
No, you're right. Or like go underwater, like just do something else.
Bro,
I feel
no
like
one is insta hitting down. Like
Oh, yeah.
they're preeming that, waiting for your scam.
100%. I agree.
Come on, man. Another huge round. Come on.
Oh, they're trying to send Craze on lakes. We gotta watch this. Let's watch
They
him.
have a cruise or something?
No,
Or are they just delaying it?
I don't think they had a trophy.
Nah, they're just
good, bro.
they're just playing with their. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't mind this
They're
at all.
glitching. We don't give a fuck.
8v1, 8v1. Did he see him go in? He didn't see him.
Hey, they count. They do count. Still damage.
Yeah. So Praise calls the rotate because he's pushed up Tiki. It's going to be a B retake right now. Come on, empty the kitchen sink on the bomb site. Well,
let that sink in.
the whole team's Tiki. Anybody got a frag for him?
Oh my God, there we go.
Look.
Oh,
they gotta give it to him.
What? What? Oh my God.
This would be a
That
Oh,
might
the
be
issue is
bullshit.
this is a really good
All right,
play.
he canceled Tiki. We know their
No,
side. I like
that-
this.
Honestly, this is unreadable. We can't. We don't assume the whole team. Oh my God.
Nah, he's stunned Tiki. We're good right now.
Yep, finish
him.
Come on, guys, hurry up.
Oh.
rack for the backup.
Yeah. Still, Royal
What are we
Ravens
waiting
defense
for?
is set up so
An
strong.
invitation?
Fuck are we?
Oh, man.
He gets one, he goes for second, can't do it. And Royal Ravens putting themselves
I thought when John got out, we were gonna have someone,
You know what I'm
someone
saying?
there.
Someone,
Welcome
yeah.
to my crib.
Yep, me too.
Slam the door in their face.
All right, do it.
We didn't come this far to only come this
Bro,
far.
these timings are nuts.
Yo,
Give it to me.
We're going round 11 too.
I love our beat play, bro.
If not,
We might have to go
it's
beat
been
here,
an
bro.
epic battle, an epic series, irregardless of what it does.
Don't start reading the
Come on.
obituary
Hey, the
yet.
trophy, they gonna probably go raid, bro.
We're not there just yet.
I want this
Yeah.
round 11. Let's get loud. Huntsman, come on, send this round 11. Let's keep it fighting. Let's keep it strong.
He gets info, though.
Don't
That's
say that.
okay.
It's okay.
Get out, swoop.
0-2.
They're
Swing
trying to
it.
isolate you,
Swing
bro.
it.
The
Swing
ones
it.
that he does find are very valuable.
This is a great rotate, but it looks like
Oh,
Royal Ravens might
shit.
be reading it properly.
They're triple mid.
Immediately.
Water steps. They're gonna meet. No!
Stop.
Oh my God! Help him! Help him! He's one shy. No! What? Okay, 2v2.
A 2-2 battle for the end.
It is so damn scrappy here on Raid, baby.
Don't try to quick plan.
And Ryan recovers the ball.
He saw money, right?
Reset the
They
round.
have some maneuverability here,
Oh my
especially
God.
because Royal Ravens have
No,
some
we're walking right into the
weight, so
trap.
Counter.
they'll rotate
Throw
on
a
the
shoulder,
rotate, but
please.
it's gonna be matched.
Oh my God.
He saw him. He saw him.
Oh my God.
Pushes up, Brack pushes up, Brack is
Pop
gonna
the
fall.
side.
And the hopes and chance of Huntsman.
No.
Lay for Rudy.
HP.
No, man.
And he's gonna be
Oh.
collapsed and
So,
tipped.
oh,
It is done with Royal Ravens.
Oh, that's
Win the
tough.
series, they take it.
Damn. I'm not gonna lie, John needed help quicker, bro. He did so much damage in finesse.
bro.
Bro, the fact that Craze got one there is absurd. He was
With a
weak.
pistol,
With a
right?
pistol, he was weak.
Oh, that's tough.
Bot, bro.
4v3. See Bomb already starting to maybe rotate over towards that B side. No, you're going to kind of fake
Fuck.
it. You got Sim. He's made his way on up, but you have three
Guy
members
baited two people full
making their
steps,
way
bro.
towards that top shower side.
And they're both weak.
Man.
Yeah.
Smart is the last line of defense there.
That might have been the map, literally full
Road
stairs.
goes find Sim.
Yeah.
It lost
no
all around the
bullshit.
full stairs, literally.
They do it 3v3. Purge
Man.
trying to stay his life. On his belly. Not going to be able to find it. Spark slides on forward and not going to be there. Gentlemen's.
1-1 series.
Are back. Much cleaner search and destroy than we have seen from the mates.
Yeah, definitely cleaner. That is without question. Their S&D has been
Oh.
questionable so
Yeah,
far
fucking
through
sucks,
this
bro.
tournament. I think that's been incredibly kind. They managed to just about come over on top, of course, in that notorious game in around 11. But better this time out. You can see the first bloods. You walk away with 5 of the 9. That's a great thing. But look at these non-traded. If you're Parish Gentlemen.
What other series we got going on? Is FaZe still playing?
Yeah, they're up 6-1 in the overload, bro.
2-0?
They're about a 3-0, yeah.
You're down by 5 in overload and you're playing a game of rank. You got to
Shit's
make
over.
sure you are playing aggressive to try to get these
So
captures.
this is FaZe moving on, right?
Impossible in a situation like this.
So
It is
FaZe
too
play
difficult to deal
Thieves
with.
winners round 1 tomorrow.
2 minutes of gameplay left. A 4-man
That's a
right
banger.
here for C9.
Then what is it,
Fortunately
Miami
for them,
versus Boston
FaZe
right now?
spawn up on the correct side.
Boston's playing Gentlemen.
Yeah.
And then Carolina's about to play
A little bit of blessing there
Miami.
for FaZe Vegas, where they spawned. It stopped any kind of a push from Cloud9. They were not expecting it. They're out towards the back here, trying to keep this play alive.
Yeah, we scammed so much
I
that
don't know
in
what the
F5.
record is for relays.
Like
but
that
it is
round 1, we
starting to
probably
run
should have
the
won it.
clock out.
Round
3
2
and
got
30
sketchy.
seconds.
The Johnny 1v3,
So if you
I mean,
break that
that was,
record,
we just made it so
smash it.
hard. Got ants in our pants.
It's a potential. It's a maybe. Nezra doing everything he can on the 6th streak. That's going to be 7 for him as well.
Nah, I'm
Will
fine.
put this one in at the same time. He's according to how
Oh, I
He's
also
gonna just
fucking
basically get
hate
everything they
giving
can
up
out.
B.
And
Like, I
he will
hate
not
having to do like a full
This is now
retake
coming
B,
through.
bro.
The
Like, once they
animation
start
does mean
pissing
they have
themselves
to
in
get
Full
out of this
House,
one. 0-4 making a big
retaking
kill
that
out
is
towards the
so
backside,
hard.
Looking
Yeah.
for anything he can do to help his team. And they're going for it, but it's just one
So what
player
other
is
series are
definitely
there
behind
tonight?
with a
So this
pistol and a
one,
dream.
Ravens versus fucking Miami now.
And that's it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Dustin
so.
on this one.
That's probably on main stage
And
too,
Gaza
huh?
looking like he
They've
might
probably
go
been on main
negative.
stage versus
Extra
Miami.
little, victory tap there for Nezra.
After this?
Able to earn
Yep.
the swarm, so not too shabby. And honestly, might get the gun shit too. Why not?
Fuck, bro.
Well, he's still been alive since that last capture he made, and eventually will go down before he can do any more damage. And FaZe said, hey, we don't even want it remotely close. This is going in. going to be 7-3 in Cloud9, New York. Valiant up until the end, still fighting
So
a good
checky.
fight, but it is not
Cod's
going
fucked
to
up.
be enough.
Yeah.
COD is a fucked up
That
game.
is like,
FaZe
especially
Vegas
watching, you
have
see it
proven
all the time. Look right, look like,
COD is a fucked up
what
game.
they
6
deserve.
rounds, back 2 serve 6 spots. Back 2 serve 6 spots. Back 4, I'm not getting that's because of the trophy on 1-2 on Friday. They ran us on time for speed, get 2 streaks, and then Johnny reached that 1v1 round 1 overseas in the first spot.
Fucked up game, man. So many little things. That's not it. Can you get us out there to bracket, please, so we can see what
Yo, dog. Have you ever seen that movie with the bald guy where he has different personalities?
Split?
Yeah, Carolina versus Miami.
Yeah.
Winner plays us.
Unintelligible.
You've seen it? What?
I asked him because of the hot chick.
Okay, yeah. And then Riyadh plays the winner of Boston Bates.
No, no, no. But yeah, she is hot. So you've seen that movie? So is that actually a thing in real life?
Which part of it?
Him having like different people in his head or whatever.
Yeah, I believe so. Multiple personalities disorder.
I think people are making it up.
Well, whether they are or not, it would be an eternity scenario. Because if they want to make it up, then I feel like that's an eternity
You don't think like somebody would make it up to get attention or care?
Yeah, but I would also say that that person would have something there. Whether or not they have multiple personality disorder, they have some sort of awareness.
Well, people are watching FaZe over there, Denver over there. Bunch of teams are playing on the other side. There's like a whole
What if you had a personality,
meeting set up over there at the
like a
base
split
station.
personality where that version of you didn't have back pain at all?
It'd be a pretty
Is that
tough
possible?
personality.
Tomorrow will be popping though. Winners bracket? Saturday?
Well, I'm pretty sure there are certain personalities that people can have that make them feel different emotions. I don't know if it makes them feel less
this one's
or
full.
more pain. I don't know.
No,
if
you
that
wanna know
exists.
something fucking retarded? I fucking saw this today, right? So this guy, he got Forza Horizon 6, but he's playing Forza Horizon 5, dude. What a fucking retard, dude. Holy fuck!
Calm your faggot balls down.
Fuck, that sucks so bad. God, man.
That's a tough one.
Oh, it's just so
Especially
fucked
losing
up.
like that, like,
So
damn.
fucked up.
Damn.
I had so much faith.
That shit was right there, bro. And nah, Ken, you ain't lying. Watching it from spectator makes it 1,000 times
Like,
worse.
damn, you see all the time. It's like, bro, you look your right. Oh. Nah, that's one of them losses you would just like. You'd rather just get 3-0 smoked than lose like that. I'm going home. I'm sick.
Nah, dude,
I'm
they
so
just
sick.
playing with you.
Like,
Getting your hopes
damn,
up.
we should have just. Yo.
Keegan said, "I'm trying to rock my kid to sleep. Stop making me laugh." Yeah, that was a whole bag of emotions. That map 5. Carolina or Miami?
Miami,
yeah.
I feel like Ravens got to be drained after that, bro. That was a stressful one.
Yeah. What's the bracket looking like? The Frizzy Brack.
That was still a pro team? Oh, yeah, no. Proud of the Huntsmen for sure. They played great. It's just little mistakes. It just sucks whenever you're that close. Because I feel like obviously they can compete, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, when you're that close, just knowing that you could be playing another series is the worst shit, bro. If you're ass, you're ass.
But I think that's like the biggest difference between like the top teams and the lower teams. Not saying Huntsman's the lower team, obviously they're coming from challengers, but it's like those win condition moments, like those moments you just can't scam or like lose because like the good teams.
Other teams are throwing so
they
many
will punish you
shoulders.
for it, yeah.
They're not giving you a free kill. We'd get a kill and then slide out,
Exactly.
give them a freebie. Other teams are making you slide out on them, then your teammate gets a trade. They just make it so much harder for you. We were like giving them trades.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying made it hard. Made it hard ourselves. Alright, so we got 3 more series going on right now. 3 more series. It's been a great day, COD, man. I mean, we can't ask for much better. These have been great matches.
So Boston Gentlemen.
2 more. And Boston Mates are 1-1 right now. Boston Mates 1-1, and then Carolina, Miami, and that's day number 1. What a day it's been, man. Seriously. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm assuming they're probably gonna play main stage, but I don't know. But I'll be right back.
Like they have to at this point.
Yeah, right.
Man, chat. It's been a long day, chat. I ain't gonna hold you.
I say y'all been up here chilling. I've been exploring.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, the whole
I done walked the
squad
venue. I done started doing crazy side quests. Holy.
Yo, bro. We've been up for too long, bro.
How y'all doing, chat, bro? Today has been long, and I ain't even been, like I said, I ain't even been there. But I've been watching the matches. I watched out here. I watched there. Side question.
Hungry as shit, I ain't gonna lie.
Boy, I'm telling you. The empanadas, they help.
I had a singular hot dog and a smoothie.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I stole one of the granola bars. Don't tell the team. Yeah, that box is screaming my name. Right here. Like, bro. That's the team. And comes in tomorrow like, yo, what a granola bar.
I ain't gonna lie. Gentlemen, yeah, they gonna scrape them up real quick, get them out of here.
Yeah.
Miami.
I need that American deli. I can't.
That sounds fire.
Had somebody trying to tell me earlier that shit don't hit.
No, they're lying. I know they're lying.
I was like,
there's
bro.
no way. It's too global for it not to hit.
I was like,
The right people vouch for it, so I know it's it's impossible. Like, the right people have vouched for it, so I know it's true.
Chad, we can't bring food in. And a lot of the food is like so awesome.
Need to win some kills here, though. Unfortunately, Neptune, he has to be able to push on up and find your bomb carrier. The rest of your team, you're trying to make something happen through the mid purge. He's going to be the guy to maybe get a little bit lost. If it's a spear, can you play some offense here? Find some of these kills off the spawn. EMP will reset.
I ain't gonna lie, I stole that shit. I stole that granola bar for it.
This had to have been the longest watch party ever.
Yeah. Hella match. In like the 1v1 shit, like
that shit was on. I was like,
welcome back, bro.
I felt bad. I was bumping into everybody. I'm like, I look left, I bump into one of us. I look right, I'm like, damn, I'm bumping into every crowd.
I already was back, but the crown said,
it's insane. I think this is like my first event like this minute experiencing
I'm not saying there's not
Yeah, shit was going
I'm
crazy.
only
earlier.
saying that because goddamn, I arrived, I hit a tunnel, I hit a staircase, I popped up, went through the lobby, dog, cut through a bathroom. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, bro, I'm just trying to pull up to this watch
I
party
put up with
setup.
the suitcase. I'm walking into
Oh,
miles. You know,
that
I'm
sounded
like,
like,
it pays like it's like a 5-minute walk.
yeah, she had to butter it up for you.
5 minutes. I don't walk through 8 menus.
On the wrong side of that, that was
What's good though, chat? I hope y'all
The other two go, I think that went bad.
yeah, I think it hit the bathroom. I hope y'all been enjoying the watch party today, man. It's been lit though. Today's been fun. It's been long, but it's been lit. Bro, I had a fresh black tee on, ready to conquer the day, bro. They're like, I forgot my optic is broke because I could only pack but so much.
Yeah.
I'm prioritize the black tee. You know what I'm saying? So bro, I pulled up. They handed me a hoodie, dog. Ooh-wee. I've been going through it all day.
It's hot.
Yeah, nah, chat. This venue is hot.
It's hot as hell.
This venue is hot. I'm talking about not even a lick of air. Like,
it's a hellstorm, but unfortunately, it's a hellstorm with a team kill. But I don't know if it matters. Neptune, he gets a little bit close, but the defense is too good for Boston.
And Ghosty needs to make amends for whatever the hell that was. Gets dropped after picking up 5 in a row at least. And Device is going to be left for
Yeah, gentlemen might just send them home, bro. Like,
no bullshit. They're gonna send them all home for the simple fact that now it's getting late and now they're just alright. Now y'all playing. For real. Like we're trying to go to sleep. This shit's getting too long.
Play a little bit faster than Gentleman does, so it's going to be a little bit harder to get some kills now. That's what they do. They can just kill, they kills. They can even get tackles. So it's like, now you get some rush roll. It's like KD don't even matter. He's like, go. It's like trying to get a mini gun. We already down.
We're in the speed zone. Floor it to the end.
Oh.
Okay, to complete a speed zone, you need to post an average speed between the two marked points without leaving the road. Nice. That's your average speed locked in. And faster again every time you think you have a faster car. Put it to the test.
They might be getting double. This will be time again for our one shot. Green bean. Wow, that's a very far one. Let's go.
Sweet Jesus Christ.
On the wind farm cross country, you'll be adapting to challenges on and off the ground. Lots of surface changes, lots of air time.
It started at 200, now it's 100. I'm kidding.
Oh, fucking God, again.
50, 50.
My boy Big Z with the 5 gifted. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, let's go. Look.
Whoa. Thank you. That's a green bean. Let's go. Okay, you've seen crazy shit before. You've seen wizard. Let's go. Yeah, it's not good. It's got to come back though. Hold on, let's snipe it. Pick it up. Leaflet. What? Nah. See, he doesn't. You don't respect that shit. I say, nah. He had plenty of time to cancel that. Big shit. Anyway, he's smiling back there. Bullshit. I'm got my money here. Johnny, your job is a game.
Alright, I'll be back.
Let's go ink.
Wait, is the match on?
Oh, Jesus.
Also, gentlemen, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they are.
They're running it.
I'm gonna go Page.
We've lost our touch. Riley's putting in the words too fast.
Oh, man.
Now it's gonna get spoiled. There goes Contexto.
Sand, thanks for the resub. Big Z, thanks for the resub.
All right, here we go. Boston facing elimination here.
Miami and what you call it started too.
Yeah, they're about to play. I saw red corner.
Yeah, they started already.
I was trailing him. I mean, he was like, damn, he's about to get a battle.
Gonna close
Whoa.
this out 3-1.
He's a
Or we
stocky
seeing game
dude.
5?
Yeah.
Bro.
I've never seen him in
Fucking
person, I don't
25
think.
points, dude.
It's gonna be Envoy. It's gonna be
Oh
Ghosty.
my god, I'm done
While
like
you're
a
trying to be able to
bro.
do that through that flat side, the rest
Yeah?
of the team comes on through and well.
Ah, that's not good for Boston. Full
Full
clip. Been a bun tonight?
As you see, now.
Dog. Leave the phone at the crib.
iPad location at the
Had
that motherfucker sit right in the middle of the bed. Don't let this shit ping anywhere.
I'm just going for wings. Oh shit, Boston's getting slammed. No, this ain't good at all. Spawning in Narn.
Yeah, I fear they might have ran out of juice.
Bro, after these grueling series, it's hard, bro.
I mean, Boston beat these guys. Was it pretty convincing earlier? Didn't they, like, beat them? Am I wrong? Didn't Boston, like, beat them down?
I can remember the series.
Brains mush. Okay, they're in no P4. Don't get broken. Big kill. After having seen the start, that just fucked him up. That just fucked him up. That little nudge.
Bounce, yeah.
Bro, there's a round earlier on Plaza where I think it was Bueno. He like tried to straight backwards and he went on top of a chair and it fucked up his aim. That shit destroys your aim. Like when you don't have aim assist or something. Big break for Boston here. Peru? 1v1.
That's
Oh,
for
they're
sure.
early rolling. Holy shit.
Ashley does have a streak, so.
What happens with Huntsman now? They drop to the Challengers tournament. They're top 16 double limb.
Boston, it's a 40-point game here. I mean, you got a rotation for Gentlemen, but Boston trying to work the break. It starts with a blood on the 6. So now they're man down, 4v3. Step 2.
In there too, so.
They're just going to refill it. Hey, break beat cut.
Oh.
Okay. Per J, big play.
Then he
Getting used to a Horizon podium already, are we?
You don't know that.
Great
You don't know
race.
that. You don't know that. It's COD, bro.
We could have walked into that series delusional, hot, just came off a big
You're
win.
well on your way to the
Purchase
Horizon
would close,
Invitational.
so it's not like
Let's
we're
take a
like
look.
getting down
A lot of this shit is matchup.
Miami's definitely a favorite. I'm not
Smootie's dipping super with the
You can
snipe.
track
I'm
your
not
progress at
delusional.
Horizon in this rather handy journal made
You
over.
never know.
Have a look through it, and then let's head out.
Get a Colossus HP map
Lucky
1.
you. Looks like you got a reward. If you want to complete
Yeah,
a collection,
Boston in
all
the
you
same
need to know is
situation as
right
last
here.
T3.
If you want to know more, you can look further into each item.
Okay, Brock, what do you want to do?
In
they're gonna
Drift,
split
you'll be
the scrap,
pitted against
7
11
seconds.
other
Oh,
drivers
look at
across
this.
3 events.
Yeah, you're pissed. You're pissed too.
That boy want to go home.
Oh, God.
He's playing the guarantees.
Hit as many drifts as you can. The player with the highest drift score over a single lap will take home the victory.
Oh, he wants to go home.
That's how you doing, but
He's ready. He already got the Uber call.
He's ready for bed.
Don't sleep on the
We
radio
made that
station
mistake.
back here.
We made that mistake
So
in Cold
much
War.
driving music to enjoy.
We were talking about we were up 2-0 against that player we were playing. We were like, what are we getting for food? Put the Chick-fil-A in early. Got reverse swept.
You're going to hell for that.
Y'all might deserve that one. I get like, that's insane.
We were mind blown. We were just all sad eating our Chick-fil-A. We were like, yo, no, it was Vanguard.
It had to be cold, no? At that point?
Oh.
That's terrible. Reverse swept into cold food.
Oh, we were so pissed.
It was probably 2-1. It just arrived, so you were smelling it. It hit 2-2, like, damn.
Oh, yeah.
I'm starving.
That top good fry real good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
I think, I can't remember what game it was. Just a song. Wait, this one. Oh, shit. Yeah, Miami Ravens. Miami's getting slammed. See? See? The Ravens steal Miami. I'm breaking this also. Yeah, because then it's like, Ravens steal Miami. That's like 3-0. Miami down.
Do to make yourself not tired, dog. You don't get tired.
Dude, I have to make myself get tired. What do you mean? What have I been saying to you for how many years?
So you don't wake up and you're not tired?
I am tired.
Oh, what did you just say? You just said you don't get tired.
I'm tired when I don't get tired. I just
Stop being a fucking
tired.
retard and just answer my fucking question.
I don't get tired. I wake up tired. It's not getting it. Just
Oh, you fucking faggot, dude. Just answer my question, dude.
One way I get tired is fall asleep. And I wake up and I'm tired.
Thanks for the help, dude. I really appreciate it. Fucking retard, dude.
Seafood. Oh, seafood's here? Yeah, not YouTube seafood, Twitch seafood.
Same.
Different seafood.
Same.
But that was me. So it's Bark now. Because Scum said leaflet.
Yeah, it was a bad guess, but Riley didn't cancel though.
Let's go. What's one? Let's go shelf.
What's this for? 25?
Shelf.
I love how this game recognizes this car as such like a such low level car, even though it's one of the fucking craziest drift cars in the game.
Oh, I know what it is. I'm an idiot. See. I actually do know what it is. Yeah.
Letter.
It's close. Good job.
This is the quickest way to clear out tar, mucus, and phlegm. Did you know phlegm and mucus is linked to lung issues?
But maybe they can't ask to bring you back.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like, to me, those are unacceptable. So I want to hurt them as much as I can, burn the boats, and open up a space for someone else. And you're right, there's no concretes, but we have to allow for the possibility that will happen.
Yeah, I think in the face of allowing for a possibility when guaranteed we will have open borders, the courts will be packed and we lose our country. So in other words, on one hand, we guaranteed lose the country. There's no doubt about that. On the other hand, we see the incremental improvements. I think we agreed here. Let me go back to this. We should be taking time. We agreed on the health of the institution. And I think that we probably institutions are probably more important than political.
Where the fuck is that thing on the screen?
Players?
What?
Those are other players?
Yeah. At least,
Holy fuck, that shit takes up the entire screen, dude.
No, that's what I'm saying. Especially because I need to know where the fucking corner is. Remind me to write this down for my video, because this is actually really bad. Dude, that is a clean corner right there. Holy fuck. That is sick.
So let me work with those who seized power over all these institutions.
I just feel like we've tried it that way. I mean, it's been so Trump is going to leave office in 2029 regardless. He came down yesterday on 15, so not back in 16. Republicans win the Senate in 14, so it's like, let's say from Republicans winning the Senate in 14 until 2029, that's 15 years. Has anything gotten better in that time? Like, I don't know.
Wait, could you have chosen which ramp to go on?
No. I think I have to go on this one. Because it has checkpoints at some point, at some points.
6 years ago. Racially based admissions in college. That took the Supreme Court by the way of slow walk through. Done. Also DEI in not only the federal government, but in any institution that it shuts it. That's a good displays the ground.
What the fuck? It just maxes out at a million?
Oh, maybe, I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. I guess they have to beat it. It maxes out. Unless the winner goes tie. Oh, wait, no, I guess it could update. I don't know if it's old or not.
It's a slow walk, and now these are rapid accelerations of overtaking cultural values. That's why you're as influential as you are. That's why we're able to have this conversation. It's not a small thing, but there does need to be some unity in a community, and that's what I started with. Is it the length of those who hate America? Because
it's so hard to tell over the fucking corners.
Well, yeah, you're not wrong about the not being the enemy. To me, it's just a question of who will fight it. Is that really playing up or fight it? I actually don't know that there's any distinction between the two.
Dude, look how sick this is without having any cars on the road. Like, you're so free. You can fucking do whatever you want as fast as you want.
Which is, in terms of the big picture, the free trade, it's the foreign wars, it's the mass migration, social conservatism is sort of dead. I mean, if we're going to draw the line with trannies without parental consent, the line is social conservatism isn't real. Trump wanted to say that. They said we're not going to let kids transition unless their parents allow them to.
No, but I'm talking about culturally, the views on abortion have actually become far more moderated, especially in the wake of Dobbs, Roe v. Wade. If you look at the public perception of transgenderism, that's changed dramatically. If you look at the public cancel culture, remember, that's no longer a thing. Also on that one, Trump said it backtracked immediately after backlash because he's responsive to them. But no, the social conservatism actually in a lot of ways, people, there's a resurgence in it. I know because you've discussed it, you see what they call the manosphere. People like Andrew Wilson out there, people wanting to solve the problem of marriage because that is an issue, people wanting families. The very fact that people are saying, hey, the American dream is out of reach is because they've realized that they've been sold a false bill of goods through these institutions, right? Be a boss, babe, go out, be promiscuous, have your abortions. Like, well, I don't want that, but houses are still too expensive. And I would agree, they're coming down, but they're still too expensive. I would not agree at all that social conservatism is dead. It's certainly much more mainstream and acceptable than it was when I was, a teenager.
I disagree. I think you look at the GOP now, they're religiously pluralistic. They have all these like Hindus involved, like Charlie Kirk wanted to call it ethical monotheism is like the new credo, so we can incorporate all these other traditions. You have the Trump administration's pro-IVF. They're not fighting on gay marriage. They have all kinds of gay people in the administration. They're not fighting on abortion. They overturned Roe. Now they don't want to do anything more about it. And then even with the transgenders, it's like, to me, that's the furthest, most extreme reach, and they're barely able to draw a line on that. They're not fighting feminism at all. You think about the party 20 years ago, and there was like a moral majority, and you had these like extremely Christian. Sure, but even under the Bush administration, now I feel like they've just kind of given that up, and now this administration is like, not everybody's Christian. Like I said, you've got some of these deviants involved. So you have to admit that that's not really as much of a part of the platform as it was under Reagan or Bush 1 or 2. It is a much more social.
also a weird glitch where it doesn't let me go full throttle until right now, to 32 miles an hour.
The single biggest policy on the course, which by the way we all assume with a foregone conclusion in a degenerate society, it came as a shock, and it was such a shock that we went rallied behind it.
Race ends in 10 seconds.
It's not perfect, but that's huge change.
And to me, it's not a question of perfect. It's just when you look at the overall climate, like, is this Republican Party as Christian as it was 20 years ago? Absolutely not. Would you argue that?
I think young people are absolutely more Christian receptive, and when you look at church attendance, particularly in more traditional denominations like Catholicism and Orthodox, I know people will argue that they're not growing as fast, but they are growing quite a bit, especially among young men. Yeah, when I was a teenager, you know, I'm in my 30s. Yeah, it was rock against Bush, right? Swastika on his head. By the way, I've done that with every single person, and it was a non-starter. There was no Christian.
They literally all same character. What the fuck?
This idea was just women's choice, my body, and you had to sidestep it.
Were they?
Well, if there was no.
Like the same?
Oh no, they look very similar. What the fuck?
Be overturned. It was a pie in the sky dream. So yeah, I would argue that certainly with younger people, they are significantly more Christian than even those who used to be a libertarian. There used to be a Tucker Carlson lookalike convention at CPAC stuff. This is pre-fly fishing Tucker, you know, bow tie Tucker era. So yeah, I think with young people, they're definitely more, if not Christian, but Christian receptive and traditional.
These are the new
to me, I mean, I get
picked up. Oh, check out this quaint little place down in the fishing village.
It's actually a lot that I haven't even gone through a quarter of the map yet. Yeah, see, so I think you asked me before skill points to get, like, level up your car kind of thing, or get, like, certain benefits. Like, I've had the game for obviously less than a day, and I have 30 right now, and I've already used some, so it's like, keep playing. How fucking long do I have to play?
Oh, yeah.
I just love how this car hooks so good. You can just fucking transition it as hard as you want, and it just catches every time. I love it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone else drift this car as their main car. Holy fuck, dude. Fact I didn't spin out there is insane. I just had a bit more wheel spin, this car would be perfect.
So overall, I'm just not as impressed with the progress that we've made over the past couple of decades. Maybe that's the difference. As you sort of look at this last effort, at least we got roll. At least we were trying to do these things, and hey, it's incremental and it takes time. To me, I feel like we're staring down the barrel of a gun where it's like we're about to become a million white people. The immigration thing, it's already kind of been done to us. We need something radical and urgent. Because otherwise it's going to be a slow descent, and let's assume, we have the confidence in the roster. That was my first question. Roster funds. You get that guy in. You're still going to run into 100% of the Democrat Party opposing you, and you're still always going to have some Republicans waiting for. So let's assume you do that. How does that get you radical change within 2 years like you did, or you basically, accept? See, but this is strong, and it's not about 2 years. This is Trump's second term. This is Trump's second term. Republicans have been in control since 2022 of the House and the Senate. So it's like, this has been, it's not like we said, oh, you got 2 years. I gave them 2 years in 2016, and they did nothing. And then we said, okay, 2018. Right, they say nothing again. You say you didn't do as much as you would like. But not nothing. And then they do all. They didn't repeal Obamacare, then they cut the corporate tax rate by 10%.
Dirt races are all about edge of control. Push it to the limit. Mixed surface mastery. Handbrake, optional.
Wow, this game makes this car actually look good. At least decent. It's a fucking piece of shit.
Whoa! Oh.
Much is this car worth in real life?
Depends if it's in good shape or if it's halfway to the scrapyard. If it's going to be sold in good condition, it's probably going to be to someone who knows and likes the car specifically. So I don't really tell you to us.
Damn, I'm too poor. So I'm too poor to a piece of shit.
Or you're too poor to buy the piece of shit and then repair it if it's needed.
Yeah.
Which it probably would be. Especially now where if you're going to pay someone to do it, you're going to have to pay them to do 3 things before they fucking fix it. Hey, we're going to look at it. We're going to charge you $200. And we're going to take the thing off to inspect it, $200. Then we're going to fucking take the parts off and then charge you, and then put the new parts on and charge you.
Fuck, dude.
It's a fucking scam.
What else is there to do then, dog? What other choice do we have?
They might buy a car with a warranty so they don't charge you.
Yeah, but it's a fucking brand new car, no?
Yeah, so fuck you then.
I can't fucking afford a brand new car, dude.
Yeah, so I guess those were real people, because if they were, they wouldn't have levels, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't have wristbands either.
Nothing like a podium to sweeten finishing a Horizon qualifier.
I don't even have a wristband yet, so. Oh, my left lat is way more sore than my right.
This is
Holy
not
shit.
a drill. We got the call to the Horizon
How's your tilt today, dog?
Not great.
Oh.
Jordy and I will be at the starting line. Though I haven't been able to reach him.
You know, so it's like meaningfully, what did they really do? They didn't, you know, illegal immigration was really bad. So it's like, you know, again, it's not 2 years. It's been a long time coming. And
Well,
so
back
I
then,
would just want...
the vote was on the economy. It was a rip-roaringest economy that we've seen in the last
These are excuses. These are narratives they give
I'm saying
us.
when
These
people
are
vote on
narratives.
immigration, when people vote on the economy and they run on those platforms, they're held accountable to those platforms. You said
And
you
they
don't care about
lost.
the platform of immigration, which was the big issue this time. The first election, it was entirely about the economy. So if you want to say, okay, record low inflation where we actually saw employment come back, onshoring jobs, that's nothing, you can say it, but be honest with people and say that doesn't mean anything to you, just like immigration doesn't mean anything to you now. Just be honest.
See, that's just dishonest to say. Obviously, I care about immigration, but 2016 was about build the wall. They didn't. They fed us this line and said, well, we need to fix the economy first so we could win the midterms. Okay, well, then you lost the midterms, and then we never got a border wall. It's like, so, you know, this is what I'm talking about. It just never gets done. It never happens. If we win, well, we don't have enough power. If we lose, well, we weren't in power. It's like, okay, so when do we get the border wall? When do we get the deportations? When do we not go to war with Iran? When do we not spend $2 trillion on the military? Like, that's the thing. So I want to try somebody that's actually going to do what they promised to do. Someone will rise up. And you will see. And you'll be very happy.
Didn't happen in the other ones, but it'll happen this time. It didn't happen in 2020, didn't happen in 22, didn't happen in 2024, but it'll happen
22's an off year. It happened in 2016.
What the primaries, but yeah, because you've advocated this or sitting out, and that's a problem. And here's the thing,
arrived at your
I'm sure you remember
destination.
The Horizon Invitational is a rite of passage for new Horizon drivers. And I had a look at the M2 you'll be driving. Courtesy of the festival, of course. Very
Oh, so
cool.
these things are where we race like the weird shit with the train. And, usually this is when we race the train. That mech.
You haven't raced it yet?
No, maybe like it could be one of the later ones. I'm not sure.
Jordy, you are... Let's go!
Because if they're giving me a car, I feel like there's something else to it.
That was too close, Jordan. We nearly missed out.
Tell me about it. Thanks for waiting.
Ah! Probably at the end of this, we'll have something else.
Standing up, creating a video singularly about returning to Christian roots for Day of Prayer 7 Monday. And he said, doesn't speech. Well, just like you just cited speech instead of policies. They're saying this. H-1B numbers don't reflect that. So in this case, not doing the raids. Not doing the so in one case he goes speech. You go speech, I go policies. You go, yeah, but speech. And then I go numbers, and you go, yeah, but rhetoric. And then the other case, you go executive order. I go, yeah, but then he couldn't. You go, well then, yeah, but Republicans aren't getting this through Congress. It seems like you can just
Rubio's great because he gave a speech. It's like, who cares that he gave a speech? Rubio's a neocon. He's backed by Miriam
because the discussion was about, you were saying culturally Christian. The party does not, you said, is not, as far as the rhetoric, as Christian as it used to be. And I'm saying this is a change. Rubio's saying that. Is that significant? Because you wouldn't get a Democrat saying that.
Okay. No. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, we're being promised golden age, mass deportations, and you're like, well, Rubio gave a speech about being Christian.
No, it's not. It's not. You're being dishonest. You just said I was being dishonest and saying you said you didn't care about immigration.
You're just racing to get to the race.
The only thing keeping me alive is my war against Israel.
Well, we're just driving to the race.
Do I have that close to correct? So don't tell me to being dishonest. It's
We addressed that already.
Or maybe we're just driving to the festival.
Immigration is something that they're always baiting us with, and they never do anything about. Okay. And then, when they do the bare minimum, they say, well, it's better than nothing. And you go, well, I mean, theoretically, yeah, but if it doesn't meaningfully change anything, then it's not worth sacrificing other issues. Sure. So, by and large, I would just say, look, 10 years
I saw the Mac.
We don't have the country that we want. They've had more than enough time. I think it's time to just do something and send a message, which is, we're not happy. I'm not happy with it. You may be happy and say, well, what about this? What about that? We're in a war with Iran. The deportations aren't there. What more is there to say? That's where I'm coming at it from.
We are in a conflict with Iran. And by the way, I think last time you were on the show, you said we might be more aligned in the initial strikes in Iran than I would think.
And dogs, a black person in Japan, dude.
Well, I'll make the numbers available because even the one you said with the New York Times, they're not as much as I would like to be, but it's different from 10 to 20 million illegals.
Is the driving experience.
I still would ask you the same question.
Company on the asphalt
right, that's the and I get it. You don't have an answer.
Look at her name too.
For me to vote Democrat, let me try it another way. Okay, because I want to make sure that we're aligned on what we want.
Unreal.
Right. Let's say I'm a candidate. And I don't want to say your district because I don't want another angry old Julie show. But, general. I'm running. I go, okay. I understand. I hear it. Young Americans don't have this as well as they should. Okay, look, all right, here's what I'm going to do for you. I am going to vote for, and I am going to support, of course, pausing all illegal immigration. We're going to close the border down. We're going to start building the wall. Okay, we're going to do this. Okay, we're blocked by Democrats, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to reduce H-1Bs by 87%. These things are suppressing your wages. All right, we're going to do everything we can to bring down the cost of rent. We're going to do everything we can to try and make housing more affordable. Here's what we're going to do as far as jobs. Okay, jobs. We're going to punish companies that are offshoring. We're going to use tariffs. We're going to incentivize companies that are onshoring. We're going to codify these taxes into law. We're going to try and do this to remove the effects that are suppressing your wages as a young American so you don't see what the Democrats have, which is a 20+% unemployment rate. We're going to get rid of DEI. We're going to get rid of, just for you guys, we're going to get rid of racially based admissions. We're going to have a Supreme Court that rules on these and overturns them. More money back in your pocket. Try and make sure that we can employ American workers. America first. But that's not enough because I will do that and How do I be the guy to get
100, 200K? Give me a fucking
mass deportations, build the wall, keep us out of war with Iran.
Nice.
Period. That's all you had to do. That's all they had to do to keep me happy, and that's all the next president has to do to make me happy.
Turn
It's not
around
happening.
when it is safe to do so.
So how do I? So
the
so
fuck
it
is
comes down to-
LC?
We understand that requires going through Congress. So what you really mean is use the nuclear option to get the wall passed.
You don't even, Steven, you don't even need it because they passed the big, beautiful bill. They have the money. They got $190 billion. Wasn't that the pitch? We're going to cut Medicaid to pay for a corporate tax rate, but that's okay because we're going to allocate $190 billion to fund DHS in perpetuity, $90 billion for ICE, $20 billion for a border wall. But it's not that they can't do it, they won't do it. ICE and CBP didn't even shut down when the Democrats shut down DHS because they were funded through the next 5 years from the BBB from last year in June, but they're not doing it because they don't want to get rid of the farmers, they don't want to get rid of this, that, because the donors don't want them to. They don't want to build the wall. And for reasons like Trump can't get his favorite companies to get the contract, so they're just giving up. Like, that's the problem. You can't blame the Democrats on this one. Why are they not doing more? I mean, you tell me. They have the money. Why are they not doing raids? Why are they not shutting everybody down? Why is the border wall not finished by now?
It's not finished. It is being built. So, but here's my point. Right, that rhetoric, you're like, do it. Okay, but right now you're not going to trust anyone who says they will do it because there is gridlock. But someone campaigns on it, and I've heard you say, well, they're not going to do it. So how do I get your vote? In other words, I know that Nick Fuentes and his people are going to vote Democrat. They don't have anyone. They don't have grassroots. They don't have funding. So I want to be that guy and step up as tribute. How? You're saying the person is they will come, and how is give me the exact rhetoric that I've rejected because I've said it's nothing but broken promises and dismissed all of it. I don't think there's any world in which any candidate would fit the bill. And I don't think there's any world, frankly, Nick, in which you or have a ground game, the finances to go up against the donor class, to go up against, frankly, the fact that when Democrats attain power, you're going to be looking at a moderate Republican because then people's perceptions and their priorities shift toward winning. That's what we see historically. I understand where your heart, because my heart is there too in not wanting moderate Republicans. I think
Slice somebody's legs off.
The worst path forward and guarantees destruction. But I think we disagree on that because you think it's certain destruction anyway, and there's no difference. And
you do if you got hit by this car.
I mean, Vance and Rubio.
Well, at least I would have had some blood drawn.
These are horrible options. They're not going to cut it. They are part of this administration. It's going to be an extension of this administration. And these past two administrations under Trump have been objectively a failure. As far as I'm concerned, there's literally no other option other than to burn this down and
cut your fucking foot off.
Will be there because this ain't going to work. And you can say all that, but it's like if Donald Trump running in 24, if he can't get mass deportations, if he can't build the wall, if he can't keep us out of war with Iran, how is Rubio and Vance? How are they going to be any better? They were a part of this. They don't have.
Don't forget the fucking thing taking up the screen.
They're not ideologically aligned with Trump. They're going to be worse. So you either have something worse than this, or you have a Democrat. I'm rejecting all of it and saying weaken the Republicans, get somebody better in 28. Open up that space for somebody to show up.
Well, you rapid fire that, and we keep going because
no,
this is the way our brain works.
I know. I already have the stream saved for that.
Donald Trump did not say that we would never be in war with Iran. You can go back to 1980, where he has consistently said, I will use the military against Iran. You may not, 1980, 1987, 93, 96, 2011, and that escalator speech. You may not agree with it, but it's not like he has doubled
it's
back
so
on
gay
that.
that the fucking the Dairy Queen over here closes at like 9, dude.
It closes at 11 soon. When it's summer, it closes later. Okay, let me just tell you something that I'm gonna say in the video. So drift suspension is a suspension that allows you to turn, have a higher rate of angle for turning for the front wheels, obviously. Right now this is a front wheel drive car, so if you put a drift kit on it, you're basically a retard, but there's no rear wheel drivetrain swap, so you can't have it rear wheel drive. So there's actually no reason to have the drift suspension. So that's an actual thing that I need to talk about. Not that anyone will see it, but I still need to do it.
I hope it ends soon, like I said, and give it 3 months, and we'll check back. I'll share the same opinion that you would.
Probably.
We said, okay, there's no difference in
end of this month,
deportations.
I
I disagree, because even the New York Times article that you cite, I remember that it was 500,000. That's not including self-deportations. And you say no wall. Are you going to disagree with this one too? Washington Post, 1,300 miles of wall right now, currently under construction.
Yeah,
Leftist
that's
source.
not real.
It's not real.
Fake.
Okay.
Fake.
So everything, every single number from think tank, from these departments, whether it's DHS, also people who have a vested interest in harming Donald Trump, you have simply dismissed them as fake or not real, while presenting the idea of destruction being the only solution. You get why that's hard to follow.
Disingenuous. It's disingenuous. First of all, that 500,000 number from the New York Times, I already told you, that's 230,000 removals, and the other 500,000 are arrests. Those are not people that have been deported. So 230,000 removals for the year. And then, by the way, we're in the second year, and they shut down the raids. They shut down these big surges of CBP and ICE to the city. So it's not, they wanted 1 million per year. We're getting 250,000. And we might get fewer this year. So it's like, it's not I don't trust any number. The border wall number.
No, you do trust numbers. You trust every number that Democrats use as talking points. 100% of the ones that you've used today.
Well, show me the ICE numbers. If ICE is so proud of the job they've done, then why has ICE not published the numbers that they're mandated to put out semi-monthly since December 2024? If they're so proud.
Okay, we will publish the numbers after this interview from Brookings.
No. Why has ICE not published them? Why has ICE not published those numbers if they're so great? Because they have them, they won't publish them.
ICE has published numbers, and I know that they've made some changes to that for the same reason that we see. By the way, you're not going to get an argument from me that we get consistent number tracking. For example, these numbers of native-born versus foreign-born, they get changed, and particularly with a very high turbulence issue like immigration, those numbers get misreported, they get revised. That's why we also rely on secondary sources. For example, your New York Times source. For example, the Brookings Institute. For example, Washington Post. But you go, I don't like that one, and you cherry pick it. I don't think that
I don't like the community survey from the census where they survey 65,000 households. It could very easily be a response bias. You know, if illegals are not responding to the survey, okay? And by the way,
and I would say the same thing with New York Times.
They revised the data down. No, but the New York Times is actually going into internal data, not public data that ICE releases, but internal data, and that is their estimate. So if ICE were proud of their numbers,
Washington
they would
Post
be
with
publishing
1,300
them.
miles of border wall currently under construction. They're using the data available to them. So do we apply the same standard?
I imagine you pulled that up. I haven't seen that during the show because you didn't mention that earlier. So I haven't seen that, but I don't believe that's true.
Yeah, we covered it on a show also before. You know what? Look, I always take it with a grain of salt. That's why I provide 2 or 3 sources. I think the totality is there's a very different picture. And I think many people would say there's a very different picture on immigration, on net positive, negative immigration, H-1Bs, on the border wall. I think that contrast is pretty stark. And again, voting for Democrat, where we know where they line up, is a very tough sell with the person will appear. That's really the sticking point. The person will appear. This is very similar. It ends up being what you did in 2020, 2022, where you said sit it out, or, you know, vote third party, or in most cases, I know sit it out, I'll give you that you never said vote Democrat. You've never encouraged people to vote Democrat, if that's the case. Yeah, but it did have net effects. People sitting out flipped the Senate, right? And there was no plan after that. And now it's take your word for it that there's a plan this time because he will appear. Would you consider putting something together more concrete so that those on the right could work in tandem to accomplish something like the left has done over the course of decades?
Like I told you, that comes together when someone is ready to announce, they will announce. Okay? So first, it's not like we don't have an idea of who might run or what the plan might be. It's just that, you know how that goes in a presidential election year. You don't announce until you announce. That's number one. But number two, everybody is so hung up on, well, who are we going to vote for? Who are we going to vote for? It's like, well, let's just make it clear. Vance and Rubio, which I don't even hear you disputing this. You say, I would reluctantly support Rubio if I had to. Let me ask you this. This is a very simple question.
No, I'll clarify. I wouldn't reluctantly support Rubio over Gavin Newsom. I would passionately vote Rubio over Gavin Newsom because we have a two-party system, and that's how it goes.
And that's crazy because I don't want Obama McCain. I don't want Obama Romney. I don't want Newsom Rubio. I want something else. And here's the thing. This is the way I would say it. If Vance and Rubio are strong in 28, we don't get a primary.
Right.
You understand? Because the party will consolidate around one of them. like most of the party, the money, the leadership, the cadre will fall in line behind one or the other, and you're going to get a very tiny field where one guy's going to be the dominant favorite, and there won't be a competition. In my mind, that means, like, just in terms of logic, the only way that anyone's going to stand a chance is if they are sufficiently weakened by being tied to this toxic administration, if the administration fails and is sabotaged. And so it's just about creating a possibility for another choice. That's the most simple way that I can make it.
I understand. Yeah, it's about, like you said, sabotaging the Trump administration in order to create the possibility. And like you said, they need to go into election weaker, which means the country would be in a worse off place. So put the country in a worse off place, sabotage the America First administration in order for the person who will appear who will be back.
It's the Israel First administration. I think that's very obvious.
So is that the issue?
Well, you say you want to sabotage the America First administration. This is not an America First administration. In what way? In what way are they putting America over Israel or other countries?
In the ways that we just went through that you refute at all costs with Democrat talking points. And that's where I'm confused.
They shut down deportations because they're unpopular. Then they launched a regime change war of choice in Iran. You have them going into Harvard and Yale telling them you have to teach a pro-Israel curriculum. They're reviewing 50,000 visas to see if they've ever criticized Israel. Like, they reviewed every country that receives foreign aid to see if they're America First, except for Israel. That was the memo last year. So it's like, you know, you say, oh, well, you want to bring down this administration, saving America. It's not
I didn't say saving America. I said, I'm repeating back to you what you said. This administration needs to be sabotaged. You said that you want to see President Trump impeached, you want to see him hamstrung, and the nation needs to be worse off so that someone will appear who will save it. So make sure your
that's one shoe that you can't
young Americans
take
are going to
down.
be facing double-digit unemployment, well over 20%. You're going to be seeing a massive influx of H-1Bs.
Nice.
So I was lied to.
You're going to see the exact
What if gas prices were $6 a gallon? That would be crazy. Oh, it's a good thing we bombed Iran.
If not this, then that. There's the moving the goalposts. Be honest with your
I
audience.
guess the game is ruined.
Worst place in this administration, Democrats to be stronger, so that, and I would go along with it if I understood it, so that someone will appear is not enough. Because I think you're going to run into the same problem that you ran into with Dan Bilzerian. You're really upset about the purity test, and we don't all have to think the same thing. And I don't think there's any candidate who will be able to pass it. Here's mine. No money for Israel at all. AIPAC should be treated like every single other foreign lobbying organization. Fuck them with a wire brush. Vote for me, because I'm not going to go any further than that.
I'm not saying the country has to be worse off. I'm saying the administration does. And what I said at the very beginning is the administration is doing bad things. War with Iran is bad. If the Democrats can get in and shut that down, that's good. If Democrats can get in and subpoena and impeach these people that are doing these things, that's good. So no, I actually don't think the country's going to be worse off. I think the administration's going to be worse off. The administration's unpopular.
Well, okay, so you think it'll just be painful, that you think that Democrats will just be painful for the Trump administration, not for the American people. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, because again, they're only going to control the House.
Okay. That's a fundamental disagreement. I think that when Democrats, especially when you look at their plan, I think when they attain power, I think also what we've lived through underneath them, including sometimes just having control of the House, I think it'll be catastrophic. I think it'll be disruptive. And I certainly think that's a big risk because if they have that and then they get a general election, which is not unlikely, right? That's not a small risk. Will we agree with that? Will we agree that midterm wins generally, especially when opposition translate to general wins the next time? Would you agree with that statement?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but as a historical trend, the president would be the likelihood of Democrats winning a general if they win those midterms it's higher than 50%. Maybe it's 52, but it's not a small risk.
But there's a risk, certainly.
Yeah. And that's
what is the risk of running Vance and Rubio? I don't think they're winnable candidates anyway. And I think even if they were, we don't want them. So.
Yeah, I understand that, and I certainly understand the criticism of them. I certainly don't want Democrats to have the House and White House, and I think that's it's a stronger likelihood than not. And that, to me, is just a big absolutely would he be able to cross? But I do appreciate you laying this out. And by the way, I was there at the Tea Party. I think you were younger than the Tea Party. I know it now, so I got the Tea, it's a corny name, but the Rick Santelli day, where everyone was saying socialism about Barack Obama was a racist dog whistle. And they were able to veer the party further to the right. I do think that it can be done more effectively through primaries rather than instituting into power the party that, just to put a final point on a drag queen story, I think the left in America is out of the fucking mind, and giving them any power is an insane threat.
Yeah, I think that we just got to stop playing not to lose. We got to play to win. And sometimes that means you got to take a couple steps back to take a few steps forward. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I think that, because I've been on this ride, you've been on it longer than me, admittedly, but I've been on this ride and I've watched all these cycles, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, and I've just been so disappointed at Republicans' willingness to just completely sell us out on everything. I mean, you even go back to 22, not to open up a whole other thing, but like, I remember in 2020, they gave up on Trump fighting the stolen election. 22, they said, we're going to get to the bottom of the Capitol riot footage. We're going to look at the surveillance. And we're going to fight Biden on the debt ceiling. We're going to force immigration. Didn't do any of it. 24, deportation, no reward. It's like we tried it that way for a long time, and increasingly, because you're right, 20, 22, 24, 26, for me it's escalating. I'm getting more and more pissed off, more and more like, when do we get it? When does it happen? After they bombed Iran, I said, Trump, I see what you've done for Israel. Do that for deportations. They won't. So this is where we're at. I think they forced our hands. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Would you allow for the fact? And by the way, I would like to at some point here, if you're okay with it, because I don't want to pull a Candace and put your interview behind paywall. This has all been Matt's, but take some chat because that's for those who subscribe. Would you allow for the fact that when you're talking about your purity tests, that someone may think, hey, you know what, a week into non-nuclear Iran, or Iran being a potential threat needing to be dealt with, that someone could hold that opinion and not be exclusively holding it for Israel?
I think they could, but I just think they'd be wrong. I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what's happening there.
Okay. So, again, just to clarify, can someone say, yeah, I think Iran should be weakened. I think Iran is a threat. And I think there's a reason that this military conflict is going on. And I wouldn't advocate doing it on behalf of Israel, but I do think there's a reason to do it on behalf of the United States.
I just don't know. I mean, I think you can think that. I think you can think that that is what you're supporting, but I don't think there's any practical way where that happens in reality. Like I said, I think that's just like context denial of what's really going on over there. You know, like we need to weaken Iran. Like, I'll say this, Iran should not get a nuclear weapon. I'm in 100% agreement with that. However, why do they want one? You know, and how are we going to prevent them from getting one? There's no way to answer those questions without involving Israel and how they've been the engine of all of these events.
Sure there.
Okay. How?
It's a radical death cult who want to eradicate anyone who doesn't follow suit at any cost that they have done historically. I mean, it follows Muhammad to a T, who created this exact same playbook. I think that if you got rid, this is where I don't think we should be giving any blank check to Israel. You want to discuss it? Let's do it. I don't think we should be giving a blank check to Israel. None. Ad hoc basis like every other nation. I hate AIPAC for the same reason I hate ACT Blue, that they gave like $800K to Hakeem Jeffries. But I also think that, yeah, they probably need to look into them. I don't think they should be able to do this under the cloak of Americans. I don't think any group should be lobbying on behalf of a foreign government above the priorities of Americans. So screw AIPAC with a wire brush. My position is no foreign lobbying, period. But that doesn't pass the purity test, because I also think that the Iranian regime is a death cult who, if Israel didn't exist tomorrow, would be just like Muhammad in the 7th century, 8th century, every single century trying to eradicate anyone who's not under Islamic subjugation, regardless of this modern nation. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And I don't think it helps. I think they hate Israel. I don't think it's the only reason.
I don't consider that a purity test. I think that's just a fundamental ideological difference. If you're talking about, I think we should bomb Iran, I think we should destroy Iran for pro-America reasons, it's like, well, I don't think we should destroy Iran. I don't think we can, and I don't think it's even worthwhile. I mean, we just simply cannot. Look at what's happening right now. We hit them with everything we have, everything from air and sea, and they maintain control of the strait. They maintain the ability to launch drones and missiles. The regime is intact. What more do you think we can do militarily that's going to put a stop to this? You know, I mean, do you have an answer for that?
Hold on a second. We're getting into two separate things. The question that I was asking is, and we can go to that. I think that it's, again, you do this where you're like, 90% of their Navy is gone. Like, yeah, they're able to control the strait, but you also know that that has to do with insurance rates, right? And businesses not being willing to take the risk. That's a little different from saying that militarily they're completely intact. The point that I was making, though, and I see this strain, particularly from, you know, people like Dan Bilzerian going over and saying, I heard the call to prayer and it was the most beautiful thing in the world. I don't believe that there has been a greater evil perpetrated against Christianity or the free world than Islam.
Okay.
And I think
I'm not pro-Muslim. I'm not pro-Muslim in any way, shape, or form.
I know that you're not, but the point, a lot of these people who would be more in alliance with you than me, well, that's Jewish propaganda. It's not propaganda. It's an understanding of historical record and precedents. And I think that Iran is obviously the most radical as far as the regime, by the way. We need to separate people from the regime. There's a reason that the vast majority of people pray for these bombs and want them. The same reason that people of Venezuela and right now the people of Cuba. Doesn't mean it's our job, to be clear. But there's a reason that the people are very different from the regime. They're following lockstep with Muhammad and the initial spread of Islam. And that absolutely would happen here in the United States if we followed the leftists' voting pattern, the leftist governing pattern. We'd end up like Europe or Canada. And I was in Canada and I watched people cheer the second tower be hit. And there's a huge Muslim school. I've lived through it anecdotally and empirically. It's a far greater threat than the Jews, who are annoying, I'll grant.
Well, I mean, but what are we talking? Are we talking about Iran or are we talking about Jews versus Islam? Because these are two very different things, I think.
Well, I started this by saying, could someone have the view that Iran, because of their specific, by the way, practice of Islam and worldview, that they would need to be, I guess you would say, rendered more impotent, sort of denuclearized. It wasn't about nuclear weapons. It was about them being able to build nuclear weapons and no one being able to stop them. That would be in the interest of the West and really any nation that is not Islamic or wants to be subjugated to Islam. Could someone hold that view and them not be holding that view just because it was propagated by the Jews? A huge contingency saying, no, you're just believing what the Jewish lobby has told you, and we're doing it for Israel. I think there can be two separate trends. Israel doesn't want a nuclear Iran. Israel recognizes that Iran is a threat. And so do we, for the same reason, by the way, that Saudi Arabia and the rest of Israel.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think you can think that, but I don't think there's any way to effectuate that policy without playing into that larger plan. Like, again, you know, you used to say, well, I don't think Iran should have a nuclear weapon. Okay, so then we have to bomb them. Because we're not going to give it up with the deal, so we have to bomb them. Okay, so we're going to bomb them. Well, now they're going to close the strait and they're going to attack Saudi Arabia and the rest of it. Now what do? Well, we got to attack all their drone and missile launch platforms. How do you do that? It's a huge country. They're very cheap, inexpensive weapons, decentralized command system. It's like, so do we now have to invade Iran, or do we just walk away and let them have this? You say, well, it's about insurance. Okay, well, Iran will maintain the ability to launch drones at the strait, which is narrow, in perpetuity. So that's going to be a problem in perpetuity. And either we're going to give them the strait and they can charge a toll. You know, there's no other options here. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can say, I'm in favor of attacking Iran for pro-America reasons, but there's no way that goes other than you're walking down the road to regime change, which Israel will exacerbate. He'll accelerate that. That's the only destination it could go to, in my opinion.
The only destination it could go to is Israel accelerating regime change.
Yeah, well, and just the whole, the ladder of escalation for the tactical reasons I just described. Like, there's no, in other words, there's no way to easily hit their nukes. And then, like last year, they said, oh, double tap, we're going to hit the nukes, then it's all over. Okay, well, what happens? They start digging the nukes out. So what do we do now? We got to bomb them again. Okay, well, you know.
So what's the alternative?
The alternative is, again, why is Iran pursuing a nuclear weapon? It is to hedge against Israel. I think we have to restrain Israel and give Iran assurances we won't attack them. And then they might agree that they don't need a strategic capability like that. I think that's the only way.
So tell me how that works. You said restrain Israel and then Iran wouldn't pursue it. Please tell me how that works.
We have to tell Israel that if they continue to provoke Iran or confront Iran or derail negotiations, which they did last year, then we will revoke their foreign aid, we'll intervene, maybe in their elections even for that matter, which we have the power to do. Like, look at Netanyahu. Netanyahu, at various times, it looks like he might have lost American support, and that made him less popular. So you could say, look, listen, Mr. Prime Minister, America's going to lean on you in every way that we can, economically, militarily, in terms of foreign aid, in public diplomacy. Stay out of this. And then we could go to Iran and say, look, we're able to tell Israel no. Now we can have something like the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. I thought that was a good deal, where you'll have sanctions relief, we'll have monitoring, we'll have verification, Russia can be a signatory, and we're going to make sure that you have a peaceful nuclear program. You know, and then one day they'll be integrated into the collective security in the region. We don't have to worry about it. That's what that looks like.
Do you really think that Iran would be integrated into collective security of the region? Do you actually believe it?
It was happening in 2023. China brokered a rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, historically, here's my position. It's sort of an extreme position. I think if Israel didn't exist tomorrow, now maybe it wouldn't necessarily be Iran as we know it, because these countries that basically live, if you were to give the world an enema, that's where you'd stick the host. They war against each other. You can do the 7th century, 8th century, every single century, up until and including the modern advent of Israel. I think if Israel didn't exist tomorrow, the current Iran as we know it would still not play ball and probably get a nuke to hedge against the Sunni world, entire documentaries on how much they hated each other. And by the way, they'll make deals and break them tomorrow, and I still think they would view us as a giant devil. It doesn't mean that militarily the strategy has been correct. That's why I said give us 3 months, or give me 3 months before I form an opinion. I think there's a world in which it makes sense if it's short, effective, and decisive. If it's not, then I think it's a mistake. But it has nothing to do with Israel has told you that Iran is a threat. And that's a purity test. I say this because I know you've run up against it. But I run up against it too. I go, you know what? I don't want a nuclear Iran. And I think that if people believe the Islamic world would not be seeing the West as a threat, it would not be trying to populate us, to subjugate us, if not for Israel, is a pipe dream, and it ignores all of human history. And if that gets shut down, people go, well, you're not America first, because actually the Jews are a problem and not Islam. I think Islam is still one of the greatest threats to the Western world. And I think that Iran's a big part of that. And as to whether this is effective remains to be seen. I'm not a supporter of it. I said I gotta wait 3 months to see because there's information I can't get. But it has nothing to do with the Jews.
Well, it has everything to do with them, because Israel got a nuclear weapon first. Israel initiated the arms race in the Middle East. They got their nuke. Then Iraq got their nuclear reactor. So what did Israel do? They bombed Iraq. And then Iraq put their nuclear program underground. Then we had to invade in 1990. Syria had a nuclear program. What did Israel do? They bombed the reactor in 2007. Like, Israel, let's just be honest, they are the revisionist power in the Middle East. Their doctrine is to destabilize and destroy all their neighbors. This goes back to the 1980s. O.W. Noam's plan for Israel. They want to say what they call it's a mosaic of tribal flags. They want to basically destroy all the big, strong states so they can't militarily challenge Israel. It is in the context of this environment that Iran realizes they're next. Iraq fell, Libya fell, Syria fell, Egypt had a coup. Iran says we're next on the chopping block. It's even in the clean break memo. So they say, how do we hedge against a nuclear Israel? Missiles.
Definitely the prettiest horizon game.
Centrifuges.
And front being one of the biggest funder of global terrorism across the entire globe.
Saudi Arabia. Well, Stella, Saudi Arabia is responsible for the Wahhabist ideology that inspired ISIS and Al-Qaeda. You know,
sure, yeah. But you're not going to get me to say that I love Saudi Arabia because it's one of those enemy of my enemies. And I think people look back at alliances and don't make any sense. They go, oh, yeah, it made sense in the moment. So I go back to the restraining of Israel would include what? Because here's the thing, that would require serious military intervention. Right? So would you advocate serious intervention against Israel? My point is, how do you do that? And then why is Iran no longer a threat?
Political intervention. We have tremendous leverage over Israel that we just simply refuse to use. You know, we provide a substantial percentage of their defense budget. We provide the security umbrella for them. We provide them with all these advanced weapons and parts and everything like that. We have enormous leverage over them, and yet the tail wags the dog. Trump engaged, to his credit, engaged Iran in diplomacy last year, and Netanyahu tried to sabotage it. We announced the diplomacy on April 2nd, and the next day Netanyahu comes out and says, the only deal we will accept is if we blow up Iran's nuclear program. Like, they're derailing it on purpose, and they did that under Obama. They did that under Biden. They did it under Trump 1. And so you need to use the leverage to tell them, look, stay out of this. This is our planet. You're America. And then, yes, I think that if you if you could build trust with Iran, then you could achieve something like the JCPOA, and then we wouldn't have to go to war. The alternative is we have to have regime change in Iran. That's it.
Yeah, hold on one second. Oh, sorry. The whole time. I was like, oh, hold on. So, I don't know if that... What are you doing there, buddy? Did you fall asleep? Did you pull a Halloween too and run in the steering wheel? So going back to the point that you were making was, okay, we restrain Israel. So you believe that, for example, and this is, hey, something like, I think the case can be made geopolitically if we restrain Israel. By the way, I'm all for ending the 3 billion. 3 plus billion, it was 3.0. All for ending that period. I think now I do think it should be an ad hoc basis, just like every other nation. If there's something that's worthwhile to us, we go, okay, we'll pay you. You know, it's a contractor versus actually having an employee to use them. But if you believe that we did that, do you think the JCPOA would work? Because I definitely think that was a disaster. I think it didn't work, and I actually do think that blockading the entire oil export machine and Navy being destroyed is a big piece of leverage to get Iran to at least come to the table and never will. I still don't think the JCPOA would be something that could be tenable.
Why not? I mean, what about it was a disaster?
Primarily that you're dealing with Iran. They lie as easily as they breathe, and it's because of an ideology, regardless of Israel. But to go back to the point of view, would you vote for someone who goes? Could someone, for example, when we're talking about 2028, and this goes back to that, could someone line up with you on every single other thing, but have supported the military action in Iran and get your vote?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Even if they support defunding Israel, doing away with AIPAC, closing up the border, complete deportation, shutting down H-1Bs, would you vote for, like, a democratic socialist like Bernie Sanders, but he's against the war in Iran, and he talks a lot about global Jewry, or would you vote for the person who is America first to the right on all issues, including immigration, including labor, including tariffs, including social issues, but he supported the war in Iran, and as far as he goes, there's no more funding for it?
I mean, that's a pretty extreme hypothetical.
It is an extreme hypothetical. What matters to you more?
I don't know. But what I would say,
that's a fair answer.
Here's the thing. I can't support somebody that supported the war in Iraq because, and here's the big picture about it. What is actually the end game here? You can't say, well, if Israel doesn't exist, Israel does exist, and they have existed, and they have nukes. And that is the central, they have an undeclared nuclear arsenal, and that is really at the center of this. And again, Israel has a foreign policy they've engaged in for a very long time of destabilizing and destroying all their neighbors with the help of the United States, with the influence of the Israel lobby in the United States. So you can't say, like, well, if Israel didn't exist, and if this and if that. Israel's plan is to use the United States to topple Iran. Why? So that they are uncontested in the region. They don't want any rivals. Why? So that they can dominate. This is like big picture geopolitics. This is the center of the world island. Okay, you have Europe, Asia, Africa. This is where all the world's resources are. All the commerce is going to go through that Rimland area through the Middle East, the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, and then overland through the Middle East. They're going to control all of that. They're going to have hegemony over that, over the Arabian Peninsula. That will make them something like a superpower. I know that sounds crazy to say.
It doesn't sound crazy. It doesn't sound crazy. I don't deny that Israel has their own selfish interests. And by the way, I think the misrepresented my view. I was making the point. I was saying, even if Israel didn't exist, I think we still have to deal with the problem of Islam, its encroachment, and its expansion. And I think that Iran is one of the most radical actors in that respect. I do want to go to chat, but here's my question, because we started this off with the common enemy. And I appreciate, by the way, you said, I don't know. Because a lot of people will go, well, they would have quit. I'm thinking of running for office. Okay? I'm thinking of running for office, and I can't stand the Mitt Romneys and John McCain. Right. Now, I understand we live in a two-party system, and we need to have coalitions, and we need to have voting if we want to win the country. So you have to have all this base that have already voted Republican, conservative, all across the world. So my stance is, let's say it's me. All right, shut down the border, mass deportation, build the wall immediately, completely shut down H-1Bs. I'd put a $500,000 fee on it in case someone's bringing in the next Elon Musk or Nikolai Tesla from El Salvador, for God's sakes. I don't know. Something that wouldn't affect the multi-million-dollar salary. Of course, we'd continue with the Supreme Court. enable states to have more authorities that deals with abortion restrictions, so I don't know how much more I could do that at this point. Tariffs on certainly industries that are taking advantage of us so that they are reciprocal. I would do my best to onshore jobs by basically going the opposite directions like NAFTA. I punish companies that offshore them, incentivize them to onshore them, and have tax cuts across the board, but certainly middle-class families. No more foreign lobbying organizations, and no more blank check to Israel, and of course, no more money to Ukraine. I would pull us from NATO until everyone meets their payments. But maybe I think that Iran is a threat. Could you vote for me?
Well, you know, again, it's like, do you think Iran is a threat?
That's a very realistic candidate. Could you vote for me? Could you be a part of my coalition?
Here's the problem. You go to war with Iran. What does that mean? You know, you say, well, we'll give them 3 months. It's like, how are we going to win this one? Gas prices are $5, $6 a gallon. Strait of Hormuz is closed. Israel is chomping at the bit for us to reignite the war and expand it. It's like, are we getting into another Iraq? Are we invading Iran? Are we nuking
No, I'm
Iran?
asking you all those other things. In other words, no candidate is perfect. You've bitched about the purity test a lot lately. Let's reduce it. I supported the military intervention in Iraq. So all those other things. There's a Democrat who was to the left on all those other things, but was vehemently against Iran. Could you vote for me? Could you be a part of my coalition? I want to take back the White House.
See, I don't know what the value of the thought experiment is. War with Iran is not a purity spiral.
I'm trying to figure out what matters most. Because candidates who may magically appear need to know what the purity test is for 2028 because we still don't have a name or description. I'm saying someone like me, I should meet the purity test, except for, you know what? I'll give it 3 months in Iran. But everything else. Would you vote for me?
Then that's assuming, again, that you can bomb Iran and then walk away. We're going to bomb Iran a little bit, but not all. Like, is that what's happening? No, we're stuck.
Could you vote for me?
No, I can't. Okay. I need America first.
Okay.
And America first means we're not at war with Iran and we're not importing 1 million illegals.
Okay, I got it. That's fair. I understand. Hey, this is where we have a difference of opinion. It's not the deal breaker for me in the same way that it is to you, but I understand where we went up. Can we take some chats? And can you tell people where the best place is to reach you while we're here at Mass Public?
Yes.
Hopefully this is still, I know it got more intense, but we're still, also, I'll issue one correction. I was corrected by a friend who raises horses. It's champing at the bit, and I was saying that for years.
It's interchangeable. It's interchangeable.
He's a horse guy. He said it's not. You know, he was like, it drives me nuts when you say
I investigated this years ago.
Did you?
You find any of the garages or whatever parking lots?
As long as we both agree that we publicly execute anyone who says irreversible.
Yes.
Best place for people to find you, Nick, and then we'll take some checks.
Rumble.com/NickJFuentes and X.com/NickJFuentes.
All right, and if people want to continue and you want to send Nick your chats, you can right there click that button, join Rumble Premium, which, by the way, allows freedom of speech to exist. This is one beautiful thing. It's like, I would say, progress that's been made where we can have these conversations. I think this may even be simultaneous on YouTube, so we stuck it to the old ghost of Wojcicki there. Nick, I'm gonna go tinkle, so you can do that too, and we'll come back and take chats. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
All right, I'll be right back. Thank you, Nick Fuentes, everybody. We'll talk more on Rumble Premium.
While taking pictures in China. So I love the internet so much, man. And just watching Elon being so uncomfortable. He's just done. We got Trish with 10 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. Don't you love to see it? 10, that's 10 more. We're getting a lot of memberships already. It's like 16 memberships so far. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's see here. We've got Yellow Flash in the house. Says, insane seeing this dead channel do so well. It really is, isn't it? It really is. I actually saw this the other day. Look at this, Flash. Look at this. So, the other day, number 6
and 7 in the country. Number 6 and 7 in the country. Dead. Completely over. We will never recover. Like, not like how will we survive? I don't know, man. That's just tough right there, man.
Hey, day trippers and thrill
just dead
seekers.
channels everywhere.
Welcome to my day trip.
Dead channels
Today
all
we're
over the
blessed
place.
with a special guest. Please welcome
you just hate to see it, man. One day we'll recover,
you may know
but
as one of the faces
no
of
time
YouTube's auto
soon.
channel.
Hail Yellow Flash.
Thank you, May.
Let's see
really
here.
Looking forward
Tim
to
the
this one.
Tool says, can
By
you
the way,
confirm
everyone,
whether or not Chrissy
spoiler,
will be on FNT?
we are
Will
going
Beardo
on the
replace her?
Nanadaru Kokakyo.
Well,
Prepare to be thrilled.
That picture is a bit distracting right there. Let's get one thing straight.
This is a group excursion. Stay together. Now, why not role play as a slower driver? Have your cameras at the ready. Lots of memories to capture.
I will
I'd
fire
like to think this
myself
convoy is
before
loud,
Beardo
rowdy,
appears on
yet
FNT.
practical.
So it will not happen. If Beardo shows up, I quit. Simple as that. And yeah, with Chrissy, I don't know what's going on with Chrissy. I know she was up on let's see, so the other day so we'll see how that all plays out. Dead says
We're about to enter a unique section of road.
Damn dog, it's the fucking twisty bridge.
Nobody wants to go for a while.
This is a double spiral that circles up, and up, presenting you with a beautiful view right across the
Thank you so
mountain.
much. Now,
Opened for
there
business in
was a comment the other day that I
design won the Tanaka Award for the Japan Society of Civil
if
Engineers.
you guys know, you remember how this whole Overcast thing kind of got started? Well, Tim Pool was asked about the quartering. Yeah. And he had the red-headed libertarian as well. So check this response out.
Rocky Needles.
That was sick.
And can Tim and or Brett appear?
So that was sick.
I don't know anything about it.
About to hit a very sharp right turn.
A show.
Be ready for it.
But I don't know anything about the quartering. I will just put it like this.
Thank you so much.
Entire
You know,
course.
Lisa here working the hall for a decade plus, and so she's talking about the goings on of the movers and the shakers who control politics. You know, Daniel here is energy consultant and discusses the lies of climate change, national, international level conflicts. Josie's talking about a member of Congress who's in a deep battle with a Trump supporter, majorly Trump supported guy, Napoleon there. All of these are going to have deep impacts on the structure of our world, our governance. And with that being said, I wish you guys all the best on sorting through the drama with the quartering. And I don't mean to be heuristic, it's just that my point is, whatever Jeremy is doing...
Damn dog, it's a fucking retaining wall because they don't want it to collapse. Well, I guess in Japan a bunch of Molotov.
Of course I accepted.
I like her.
Until let me tell you, I was absolutely smoked.
Privileged gossip right now. There's too much going on.
Rocky, so that was an interesting take.
Tight corner ahead. Watch your braking.
For someone that
Turn it up
doesn't
ahead.
know what's
Right
going
across
on,
the Tokyo City docks as we drive along the
he
scenic
sure
coastline.
seemed to want
Taking
to
the view out to the
for
Pacific
whatever
Ocean.
was going on. The response for someone that doesn't know what's going on is for someone to say, I haven't even heard about that, but I'll check it out. And then move on.
All right,
The
day
fact that
trippers,
he
we're
brought
approaching
in
the end of our timeout today.
that
It has been a pleasure to show you the
what has
sights
no
of
impact
Japan's
on
beautiful
all these other
coastline.
things, so therefore I don't care if it's not important. Well, you've set yourself up for a pretty tough scenario there, Tim. Because now, literally everything that you bring up
We should race,
has to
shouldn't
have
we?
direct
Oh, you read my
connection
mind.
to the
I saw you
midterms,
trying to cut
or
through
you're
the
not
day
allowed to
trip
talk
pack.
about it.
So
Okay?
yeah, let's race.
You're not allowed to talk about it. I mean, we could look at this
Game on
right
then.
here.
I've set a marker along this
Tim
road.
brought up
It's a
Animal
fast
Farm
run.
movie is cooked.
I don't want to see anyone holding
Is
back.
this connected
Day trip's
to
over.
whether we
Green Keiko, see you at the finish.
Because if you say, well, because of the messaging and, you know, the leftist narratives and all of that, well, I could say silencing people is just as much a silencing people on social media, that would line up with the exact reason why that topic is important, just like your movie take here is important. So to dismiss the concerns of anyone else, because you don't think it's important to get fucked, okay? Like, what a pathetic take. A dismissive, pathetic take. And all he had to say was, I have no idea what's going on. I guess I saw something going on Twitter, but I really haven't paid much attention to it. And just move on. Just move on. But the fact that he spent a minute trying to tell you why the thing that he doesn't know about, why it's not important. So on one hand, he doesn't know what's going on, but on the other hand, he wants to spend a minute telling you why the thing that he doesn't know about isn't important. How do you know it's not important if you don't know about it, Tim? How can you make a statement that it's not important if you also don't know about it? Make it make sense. So my assessment of this is that he knew exactly what was going on.
I'll remember this day for a long time.
And he is trying to divert people's attention from it.
This is my actual job.
But unfortunately for you,
with
Tim,
your day trips, you will
that
never
is going
work
to
a
have
day
the
in your life.
opposite effect.
I loved
So anyway,
every
there you go.
second.
Just wanted to point that out. I thought that was a ridiculous take. And the fact that redheaded libertarians on there after all the nonsense that she started the other day. All right, let's see here. Now, Scully for $100.
Thank fucking God it's Saturday tomorrow, dude.
For the Dead
Brock,
channel.
what do you want to
Love
do next?
this chat.
Yeah, why?
Love this
Don't have to work out.
Everyone is great. Look at that.
2 days of
Hail
rest.
to you, Scully. Thank you so much for all of the amazing
nice.
support. Really appreciate you, as always. Hail to you. Man, you guys are the best. You really are.
Okay.
Delona with 20
That was a good race
gifted
face.
memberships. 20 gifted memberships. Holy crap. The gifties are flying today, man. They really are. Tons of gifties flying. Tons of super chats flying. Valientes for $25 to say Flight Boss, man. If the flight movies suck, you got Jay as $5. Actually, I have a lot of YouTube videos downloaded to my phone that I'm gonna watch. So I've got plenty of entertainment to go through. A lot of gaming, horror videos and shit like that to watch, and just whatever to take my mind off of everything. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hail to you, brother. Thank you, Delona, for those 20 gifted memberships. Tim Cool becomes a new member. Thank you. And Scully with that $100. Okay, so we're gonna talk about today. President Trump's meeting in China going very well, according to.
Even though it makes no sense, I like how they actually didn't model the tracks. You can actually drive on this. It's actually pretty cool. Oh, let's go! Holy fuck.
Oh, shit.
I was at 200 miles an hour, right? Yo, this is like a sleeper fucking sector.
So you get hit by the train?
Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Okay, you can't go on the train.
Sounds like President Trump's getting things done.
Yeah. Economies are melting down because of this crisis in the Straits. They're going to be buying less Chinese product, and the Chinese exports are going to drop precipitously. So it's in their interest to resolve this. We hope to convince them to play a more active role in getting Iran to walk away from what they're doing now and trying to do now in the Persian Gulf.
Now, you may recall in 2017, President Trump again got the full state visit treatment in Beijing. However, some observers now are saying this visit feels more personal. Trump and Xi smiled, shook hands, and walked through the ceremony together. The images are warmer, but the stakes are high.
For Trump to, like, I saw this picture the other day, I gotta find it. But for Trump is just, there's nobody else. We don't have bookmarks get lost. But the way Trump approaches things, look at here. Trump is guiding him like it's like he's like, here you go, buddy. How do you like what we've done with your place? Like, Trump is always the alpha. Always. Yeah, here, step right into my office. Man, this dude is unmatched. Step into my office.
CBS, the former Deputy National Security Advisor to Vice President Dick Cheney, is coming up in focus. Let's begin with senior White House correspondent Dr. Heinrich in Beijing.
Paris, China really spared no expense going out the red carpet for President Trump. He was also a very gracious guest here. However, at the state banquet, there were also warnings from Xi that were wrapped up in pleasantries, and in the Chinese readout of my last meeting, there was more of a direct threat even. I called Taiwan the most important issue for U.S.-China relations, saying if it isn't handled properly, quote, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts.
Yeah, dog, you see the stream? Doug?
Yeah.
You see the stream?
Yeah.
You see how the gray isn't shiny? It's matte. And then you see the stripes that, first of all, shouldn't be there. I don't know how to get them off. See how they're gloss? They're reflecting. So I'll have to talk about that in it as well.
Can't change that.
Maybe I can, but I don't know how. They changed how the color menu works. So I might have to look more, but usually when you change the color of the car, the stripes disappear. Like when you go to the custom color, the stripes disappear. You have to choose factory colors for those stripes to do that.
I know we just got our first wristbands, but I'm already excited for the next. The only thing standing in the way is that Horizon Rush event. We've got work to do.
Bro, why the fuck would it just stop?
their relationship in great jeopardy. Taiwan independence and cross-strait peace are as irreconcilable as fire and water. The U.S. side must exercise extra caution in handling the Taiwan question. Now, we were thinking from that statement, it was likely that Trump did not give Xi what he wanted on Taiwan. And an interview with Marco Rubio just in a little while ago indicates the U.S. did not, as expected, change its position. China, though, was expected to dangle some help with Iran in exchange
that's another
for some
thing.
movement on the Taiwan issue. Accordingly, China's readout makes no mention of Iran. But the White House readout says President Xi also made clear China's opposition to militarization of the strait and any effort to charge a toll for its use. And he expressed interest in purchasing more American oil to reduce China's dependence on the strait in the future. Now, it's not clear whether more purchases of American oil will result in fewer Chinese purchases of Iranian oil. But Treasury...
And I think today, Trump is going to be heading out. I think today is the final day of this trip. I might be mistaken on that, but I think today is.
Secretary Scott Bessent indicated the U.S. doesn't really need China's help.
I think they're going to do what they can. And here with China has a much bigger interest in reopening the strait than the U.S. does. China gets about a third of its energy needs from the Gulf. The main loading facility for Iranian oil in Soda Hard Island. They seem to have been no loadings in the past 3 days. We believe their storage is full. They're going to start shutting down their production.
Elon became China's meme legend in one day. Elon is just a character, man. There's just nobody like Elon. He is such a character. And he doesn't even want to be famous. He just is. Can't even help it.
That's happening from satellite photos.
Now, China's readout also mentions that Xi referenced the Thucydides trap in his meeting, which references how tensions between a ruling power and a ruling have often resulted in war historically. Those are some sharp words, and in the backdrop of all this, Russia just piped up to remind folks that they are friends with China too, saying that Putin will be coming here in the very near future, Harris.
Yeah, making it look a little bit more like a play yard, unfortunately, than the world stage acting like that. Jackie, thank you very much. In focus now, Steve Yates, former Deputy National Security Advisor to Vice President Cheney. He's also...
I can't confirm, but apparently we got a picture from last night for the boys out on the town right there. So the boys apparently out there partying, hanging out. Hey, man, looks like they had a fun time. So, yeah, man, party in China. That's what it looks like to me. So this is exclusive Cobra Cast right there.
Heritage Foundation's Senior Research Fellow for China. Great to have you today. First of all, what do the American people get?
He uses large font, doesn't he? Elon. You got all these people out there standing, being respectful. Elon is literally shitposting on Twitter right now. While all these other important people are handling the moment properly, Elon is responding to a troll on Twitter. Probably like says something like or something. That's our boy. That's fantastic. He's backed up on probably. Elon the tourist. Let me see this right here.
This chief special report guy and anchor executive editor here. He calls out every day 6 o'clock Eastern time. He's a long way from Eastern time. Brett.
Oh, hang on. We got a we got Hero right here. Says my mother was diagnosed with cancer in March, still early on test. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm forcing the family to watch Fellowship of the Ring.
These offer a limited
That
number
is
of uses
awesome
to this
right
car.
there. As far as like having them watch that, and it will help take your mind off of everything, get the family together, and watch the greatness of Fellowship of the Ring. Hoping in 2 years from now
we'll all be watching Return of the King cancer-free. Now, that is a hell of a plan. I respect this plan so much. This is awesome because this is how you put a positive message forward in a time of, you know, bad news. This is a great idea. So I'm going to read that one more time. My mother was diagnosed with cancer in March. Still early on the test. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm forcing the family to watch Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. Hoping in 2 years from now, we'll all be watching Return of the King cancer-free. Prayers up. That is a very inspiring story, and prayers up for your mom and your family. And you got to let us know how it goes. That's going to be a hell of a watch party right there, though. Thanks for sharing that information with us. Peter says, Beardo, fat, and will never be on FNT. Ha ha ha. Pat K says, good Jer and bad Jer had a small argument. One of them made peace and let it go. The other couldn't shut up. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not going to be doing more content on him per se, but I think it's safe to say that he's basically become DSP at this point in time, man. I see all the clips people are dropping on my timeline. He's DSP. I can't believe how much of a fall from grace this dude has had. And he just keeps making it worse. Eyes of the Internet says, file it under the category of water is wet. That Tim Pool is pretentious. Bearded Sports Psych says, safe travels. Subreddit has a pic of your plane. I ain't looking at shit. MacGyver says, listening at work tax. East Coast Toast Boy says, quote, I don't know what I know. Tucker Carlson. Dark Red Knight says, Chrissy throwing Venti under the bus tax. Speed Force becomes a new member after dropping those 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Candace says, what are gifted memberships? What are they? I mean, if you want to gift memberships in the chat, it gives them a free month of membership, and it gives them access to the emojis, and it shows their name green in the chat and all of that. Mod Eric says, Ryan would be jealous of that lady's forehead. Damn. Dark Lord's his first time super, long time lurker, but have a good trip. And here's for the pretzels. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Hail to you.
Your takeaway so far as it relates to the Iran war, because right now the headlines, even in the Arab news, are Iran is that Trump and Xi, Hormuz must stay open and Iran must not have a nuclear weapon.
He's like me reading a super chat. Like, that was crazy. Speed Force with 5 more gifted memberships. Thank you, Speed Force, with those 5 gifties. Yeah, that was like me reading a super chat. Makes me feel better about myself. Here we go.
As it relates to the Iran war, because right now the headlines, even in the Arab news, are Iran is that Trump and Xi,
that was good.
Iran is that Trump and Xi, Hormuz must stay open and Iran must not have a nuclear weapon. They agree on those 2 things.
Yeah, Brian, good morning, your time. I think that is the message from the White House, is that President Xi put out and agreed that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, that the Strait of Hormuz has to be open. That's the message that came out from the White House. We don't have specifics yet of a readout of the specifics on the bilat. Hope to get more on that, the conversation. From the Chinese perspective, what they put out to their state-run agency was what Mark just referenced, and that is that Taiwan is the biggest issue for them, and that if handled properly, it would be great between the U.S. and China. If handled improperly, in their words, it could lead to conflict and clashes. That was seen as a kind of a veiled threat here, reading between the lines from President Xi. But everything on the pomp and circumstance suggests that this relationship is moving forward and they're having good meetings. We hope to get some more granular details on Iran pretty soon.
The language reminds me, Brett, of something that might be read out after we had a meeting with the EU in different times, where we talked about cooperation, growing together, not getting in each other's way, having mutual respect, and it'll be a great thing for the world to respect both powers. We're 2 of the most powerful. All the things seem so positive, but in reality, with the spying that's going on here, with what's happening with the secret police that exist here, with the way they've infiltrated through cyber attacks into our water system and everything else, it portrays a much different relationship than the words did.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see that here. You can see the communist CCP has a lot of control over folks. I did a thing about...
You think? After we saw that situation with those kids cheering on command, and then as soon as they were told to stop cheering, boom. Like, that was crazy when I saw that. Like, everything else, with the military and all of that, yeah. That was actually really cool to see that. But when I see kids behaving on command, you're looking at some communism right there, because kids just don't listen like that. They just don't, unless they've basically been threatened and programmed. And that's exactly what happened right there. That was creepy as hell. Sam Perez for 10 says, check out Wrestle Fun, awesome wrestling channel, great storytelling videos, and makes me miss how great wrestling used to be. Good traveling watch. Good traveling watch. They keep me up on my long hauls aside from Cobra Cast. Well, thank you for that. I will check this channel out. Wrestling Fun. Makes me miss the old days of wrestling. Same here, man. I miss the old days so much.
Cameras on the streets. There are thousands and thousands of cameras. If you watch TV from any broadcast that's not here, when they talk about something negative about China, it goes to bars and says, please stand.
Trump praised the kids. Of course he did. What do you expect him to do? Like, of course he did. Pre-Dawn Corpse with 61 kicks over on Kick. Thank you, Pre-Dawn Corpse. Hail to you, brother.
And by. If you talk about human rights or anything like that, it shuts off for like 30 seconds. And I saw it 3 times before I just came here for this live shot. So, yes, what's public is one thing, what's private is another. The key thing about this summit is the private stuff and if President Trump can get some real deliverables leaving here in Beijing.
So Brett, you know what I was struck by, and I thought you was right up your alley, our alley, really. The president went up there and talked about the historic relationship between the countries. He talked about 1784, and he talked about how they referred to us as the new people. We can call it the new world. Talked about what Teddy Roosevelt thought, and talked about how they contributed to the Washington Monument, the respect that they have for George Washington. That does play in to your case for America, right? On the year 250. It is right up your alley in terms of your book.
Yes. Thank you. Nice transition, Brian. I think it does. And it's a look back. Even President Xi got up there and did a hat tip to the 250th, getting ready for this anniversary on the Declaration. Proud to say a #1 New York Times bestseller. Thank you for all the people that bought the book.
Nice plug there, Brett Baer.
Listen, I think that the president is laying the case for making America great, but he has a lot of challenges, a lot of headwinds back home. People feel
ad read, yeah, ad read on Fox,
and want to know when the Iran war is coming to an end. So they're looking ahead to this anniversary and to celebrate America. But there's some challenges between here and there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And by the way, Brett, the other thing that he said is any help, according to Ainsley was talking to Sean about an interview that's going to air tonight on his show. One of the things he said, any help you need on Iran will help you. That's interesting, right? I mean, for example, one phone call to whoever's the supreme leader to open up the strait, and that strait would open up. So it's an interesting statement to make.
I mean, that'd be a huge thing. China buys most of Iran's oil, and you would think that would have a significant movement. I think the White House...
If Trump gets a deal for China to buy America oil, that's going to be crazy.
The administration is trying to play it like they're not begging Beijing to get involved. Maybe soft play, but I bet they would like that kind of intervention to bring this to an end.
Can't wait.
Jeremy, we need a cool guest host when you're gone. Well, the problem is my guest host that would normally fill that role will be traveling with me. So I don't really, both of them actually, all of them that would be hosted, that would be would be hosting or going with me. However, you guys want maybe you want a Krista cast? You want Krista to host Cobra Cast? How do you think that would go? How do you think it would go? Krista hosting Cobra Cast. I think that would be an awkward one where they're like, Krista, what's going on with Trump and the Iran war? She's like, here's some ducks, and here's some pictures of Nintendo characters, and all of that. Beat cast. Savvy cast? Oh, I don't know if that's called savvy or loose. That might be scary. John freaking Murdoch says, hey, Jeremy, one last grift before your flight, eh? Safe travels, and cheer Gina for me. Hail IDOTS, hail 199, and happy Jessica. You know we got to get one of you, John. You know how it goes around here, man. I'm contractually obligated. Israel tells me I have to get this final stream in before my flight. That's the rule. So I have to follow the contract. Thank you, John. As always, brother. Thank you so much. Packet Proton says Elon took a picture with the Chinese Anderson Cooper. You know what's funny is there's more pictures of Elon making the rounds. Look at Elon. Like, how does he do it? Between him and Trump, how do they do it? So it says, Greg says, when you're looking for your parents in the audience during your 3rd grade choir concert. What is that? That's exactly what this is. Everybody's paying attention. Elon's just like staring, looking. BJ the Vigil says Tim Pool is a wuss. Says he can't drink black coffee. I don't drink coffee at all. Black Snape says, my brother is raising his 3 kids in China with his Chinese wife. Even his kids don't listen to commands like that. Yeah, I know it. That's the whole point. If you know anything about how kids behave, they don't listen at all. We do have this. This is for you, Scully. Okay? Scully, are you here? Look at there, Scully. There you go. No, Scully loves these images right here. So, there we go. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know if we have any video, but I did see that on my feed. So I'll see if there's any video right now that we can play that they memed on. I'll see if I can track some down. Is this I don't think we've seen this one.
The leadership changes that you talked about in Iran, is this still a leadership that you believe you can negotiate with and ultimately reach a peace deal with?
Well, you have two. You have the moderates and you have the lunatics. And I think the moderates are more respected. The lunatics want to fight till the end. You know, it'll be a very quick fight. But I call them. You have, just like our country, we have lunatics too. I call them lunatics. I call them stupid people too. But in Iran, they have the moderates and dying to make a deal, and then you have the lunatics, and I guess they're a little bit afraid of the lunatics, but and why not? The level of ferocity for protest, you know, the people are watching it. They want to go out on the streets. They have no weapons. They have no. We thought the Kurds were going to give us weapons, but the Kurds disappointed us. The Kurds take. They have a great reputation in Congress. Congress says, oh, they fight so hard. No, they fight hard when they get paid. So I'm very disappointed in the Kurds. But they were given, I said it wasn't going to work. I just have to say it. I disagreed with what they did. They gave it. I said, they'll never get there. And I was right. I like to be right. In this case, too bad. But we sent some guns with ammunition. And it was supposed to be delivered, but they kept it. I said they're going to keep it, but what do I know? I've only been doing this. What do I know?
For the time being, the ceasefire remains in place.
What?
For the time being, the ceasefire remains in place.
It's unbelievably weak. I would say. I would call it the weakest right now. After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said I'm going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support.
Those are really good. Those are really freaking good, man. What the hell? That's absolutely insane. Mod Eric says, Mobile, Alabama, Converse Reservoir Dam, a explosive device was just found when they were doing routine maintenance underwater at the base of the dam. Maybe we need to check all of our dams after Biden. You know, I was talking to someone who was in the military, in the Coast Guard, and we were talking about like flying, and I was like, how do you not get scared of flying, but you're scared of bridges? Well, apparently almost all of the bridges in this country are in significantly bad shape, because if you actually are on boats and you are spending time under bridges or going under them, apparently the infrastructure is just so bad on so many bridges. And so now I think about that whenever I'm going over a bridge now, as how the infrastructure of bridges is just so bad, apparently. So yeah, new fear unlocked, bridges. Yep. That's crazy. See, look at this. Hate heights, but love flying. I can't comprehend that. By the way, I wonder what Ryan would say about your profile picture, because you have the standard H, but you've added something to it. I bet Ryan would appreciate that. That's interesting right there. Better than China bridges. Let's see. flying is fun. I can understand the trepidation, though. Yeah, I just, listen, when I'm there, I'll be happy, okay? Until I have to get back on a plane again. And then I'll be happy when I get back home, all right? You guys have to make a promise to me. If I survive when I get back to Orlando, we got to have a huge super chat stream on Monday, okay? There, that's all my motivation is. Just super chats, okay? I mean, there's a reason that Tree Bear made the meme of me yesterday, okay? Right here. This is pretty much all. Oh my God, Tree Bear, you already got a new one? But there's a reason Tree Bear made that right there. But apparently Tree Bear has another one now that I just noticed. Holy crap, Tree Bear. What the hell? This is too fast. That's way too fast. Phil! You didn't even have to change anything. Like, for Phil, you didn't even have to change it. That's wild right there, all right? Oh, that's good. That is good. Where we at? Greg Kirby says, China is huge. Patrick Proton says, the U.S. could wipe out China's military in 1 week without landing a boot. Kind of hope it happens. The real Jimbo Tron says, I tend to watch plane crash documentaries before I catch a flight. Give it a try. It puts you in a great state of mind. If you didn't see me $5 shit ago, I'm damn fucking that shit. Summer Duke says, we're happy to have you on the West Coast for a change. You'll be just fine. I hope so. I think Jay is trying to do a meetup at City Walk. I think. I don't know if Jay's in the chat right now, but I think he's trying to do something. I would say pay attention to our Twitter accounts, and I'll probably post on my community tab if we're doing something. But I think Jay's trying to do that. I'll keep you guys posted on that. John freaking Murdoch is great. You're saving you money till Monday. Much appreciated. Yeah, I guess it's appreciated. If it was that appreciated, you would have sent me over 10, John. I see it's okay. So this dude is passive aggressive bullshit. All right? Like, yeah, I'm happy. Here's 10. You're clearly not that fucking happy, John. Clearly not that happy. Dude, if people put me out and like, he's insulting his audience. They're giving him money, and he's just insulting them. Please don't put me in that spot. Lord Torchwick says, I get your hesitation flying. Mine's similar because I prefer to be in control. Stay safe, Jeremy, and have fun. I appreciate it. City Walk at 7 p.m. on what? Friday? Hey, there it is right there. Drunk 3PO! Here's the rest. Look at there. Hey, there he is. Thank you, John, for letting me walk with you, because I truly appreciate it, man. I really, really do. City Walk around 6 p.m. on Friday. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to do a little meetup at City Walk around 6 p.m. on Friday. There you have it from Drunk 3PO himself. All right? So it's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully, anyone who can make it out there, get to meet you guys, hang out. It'll be awesome. And then Tree Bear, hail to you, brother. Thank you. Let's see. Agent says, Jeremy, make sure it isn't Murdoch flying the plane. If it is, take some knockout pills like D.A. Baracus. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. But how was your weekend? Pretty good. I was hanging out with the boys right here. You know what's funny, Tree Bear? You didn't put Jay in this picture.
Wow, that is cool.
Wow. Can you believe that? Jay got left out of the picture. Man, I can't believe that. He's already forgotten. Oh no. Tree Bear's got a beat cast. You guys, I don't even know if I could convince Krista to do a beat cast. I don't think I can. Maybe. Can you stop crying about flying and talk Trump? So that's where we're at. You don't care about the field. You're only here to talk about topics. I mean, I just felt like you guys wanted me to do like a full 20-minute breakdown of like my views and all the other things going on in my life. I didn't realize you just wanted topics. I felt like we had like a little bit more rapport going on, but apparently you guys just want topics. Apparently, you don't want to hear about my feelings. I'm very shocked to hear that. I mean, I've got a lot going on. I've got a lot of stress. I've got a lot of family stress. I've got a lot of issues going on. I haven't slept very well. I've got these pain in the shoulder. And, I feel like you guys should be a little more considerate of what's going on with you. And at least that's what women do whenever they're faced with criticism. They just blame everything. They just talk about everything. But not me. I would never do that. I would never, ever do that. However, we do have something else to talk about before we go. Because I would never do that. By the way, the picture that I have on my thumbnail is an accurate picture. This is a real picture. This is not Photoshop at all. This is all accurate. There's no, I know ink is a big problem right now, but this is 100% accurate picture. I actually saw this the other day. I saw a video, so I can confirm 100% that this is true. Thomas Massey is still struggling, by the way. Benny Johnson, who I covered him the other day talking about who was responding to Marjorie Schrader Brown. And then here is Marjorie Schrader Brown. So before we get to that, we got Scully with a cover 199. Boom! Boom! Here is for your emotional support in the chat. You know what? I'm going to have to show you some video evidence. So I've talked to you about this before. You've heard me talk about this on this channel. Back in the day, whenever you had a 2.0 KD ratio in the and you could make memes, I have a visual representation of that right now. So whenever you go up to a lady, back in the day, you're like, girl, I play Modern Warfare 2, I've got a 2.0 KD ratio, and I make memes. Do you know what that girl sees? Do you want to see a visual representation? And by the way, ladies, the 11, maybe soon to be 12%, this is for all of you ladies, okay? This is for all the ladies. This is what you see when a guy has a 2.0 KD with no comments. Here you go. Boom! Listen, my boy is taking home ladies, okay? This video doesn't show it, but like this same, you've seen those videos of like when Michael Jackson's performing and you've got all these women crying. They're doing the same thing right now watching this. They're not showing the women on video, but women are literally standing around crying at the sight of this. Is that a man or a woman? whatever happened to awesome guy
Did you
anyway.
mention
I
Ford
don't
GT
know.
abandoned along the coast here?
I really don't.
Check the clue.
But what I do know is that Marjorie Trader Brown is still having a meltdown right now about Benny Johnson. Next time Benny Johnson is speaking to young people at a Turning Point USA rally, everyone remember that Benny hates Thomas Massey, who younger voters love and support. And Benny Johnson loves MAGA Israel-funded Ed Galrain.
Seaside parking,
Gen Z
maybe?
does not support
Let
our
me know when
tax
you find
dollars
it.
going to Israel. But Benny Johnson viciously attacks Thomas Massey, the only Republican who voted for my amendment to stop funding from being sent to Israel. The generational divide is real. What did you say? The generational divide is real? Seems like you've got some loaded language in there, Marjorie Trader Brown. Looks like the noticing has started. And Benny Johnson's dream is to be a Fox News anchor next to Mark Levin, spoon-feeding the boomers neocon establishment slop that is literally destroying the future of TPUSA's target audience, Gen Z. So, Benny Johnson's thoughts, right here. Marjorie, I don't like frogs who betray their voters and the MAGA base like you do. That's why you're tweeting from a former member of Congress account. Embarrassing. You're 52. Time to stop auditioning for The View. And calm down. Aren't you supposed to be on vacation? Damn. So, again, this back and forth is going to continue, and I'm very, very interested to find out what ultimately happens with the Thomas Massey, situation, because right now, man, again, things aren't looking great for him. Again, has re-election odds are tanking. So I don't know if there's been any update to this, but that was the latest we've heard as of 23 hours ago. It is kind of tough to find out, like, how, because this is just a so it's really tough. That could change, give or take, how things are going on social media in the moment. But, yeah, he's, I am shocked that he is in this bad state. So some of the more recent polls have him trailing by up to 7%. And, of course, this is what happens when we go directly after Donald Trump. This is the result. Why would you go after Trump? Not only did he go after Trump, now he's trying to be manipulative and trying to do with campaign ads, pretending him and Trump are on the same page when Trump hates him, despises him. So this is going to be a very interesting story when I get back from my trip. So, yeah, man, the primary is this coming Tuesday, and things are going to heat up. Now, again, in terms of the accusations themselves, I don't necessarily believe the accusations. But what I do see is someone like Thomas Massey, who is grand with the Me Too 2.0 nonsense, and he's been a grandstander on many other topics. Whether there's any legitimacy to it or not, he has had no problem grandstanding these things. So while I don't necessarily believe the accusations that are being thrown at him, I also have no sympathy for him at all. And this is the end of Batman Begins. I'm not going to kill you, but I don't have to save you. That's essentially where it's at. I don't feel the need, and most people don't feel the need to actually go to bat for Thomas Massey, even though I think most people look at this situation and feel like it's complete BS. I think also those same people are going, but I don't have to save you. I'm not interested in that because you have proven to be who you are. You have shown the world who you are, and no one actually likes you. German Cyborg says there are two different fears most people think of as fear of heights. A fear of heights and a fear of falling. A fear of falling, you can look over high rails and fly. A fear of heights, you can't. Yeah, I mean, I've been on some, like, huge, like, condos and things like that. It's pretty crazy. Jerry Merrick says, where wear a Burger King crown on the plane, Jeremy. Greg Curtis says plane food is gross now, even first class food. I won't be eating anything on the flight anyway. The Royal Wee says, is it Tori? Let's see. Richings got life without parole. Justice. Mr. Voltex says, call it Me 2.0. Better. Memetics? Is that how you say it? But Me 2.0. I actually like that. You are correct about that, Miniature Ron Frank. Me 2.0. I like it. You are correct. They fly now? They fly now? All right, so I know you're ready for my flight. Not looking forward to it, but I got to pack computer and everything like that. No guarantee on any streams until Monday. However, I will try to go live on Friday if I can, but I have no way of knowing if I can pull that off or not. However, 7 p.m., 6 p.m. Pacific time, City Walk. We're going to have a meetup over there, so looking forward to hanging out with some of you over there. And Monday I shall return in full force. And looking forward to those primaries on Tuesday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Also, when I get back, there's this huge, I mean, they changed the game on it. And so me and Jay will be playing that when I get back. The update just hit today. So they've changed a lot of stuff, man. So I can't wait. What's up, Gary? So yeah, thank you guys for the support. Really do appreciate it. Sammy says that Gen Z are here. I promise we only like Anna, Paulina, Luna. Hail the 199. Don't we all? Lag over on Rumble says, Jeremy, make sure your pilots are men before flying. It's crazy, but women pilots are the only ones I know who can find a curb to hit at 30,000 feet. Yes, I agree with that. All right, guys, have a good evening, and we will talk to all of you. Bye, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. My name is Matt Morris. We are live right now on YouTube as well as on Rumble as well as on Twitch at Matt Morris TV. Boy, howdy, I'll tell you what, folks, do we have a hell of a show today. I kid you not. It's only noon for me. I've already been hard at work for 6 hours getting today's very special broadcast ready. It's going to be a big one. We have a lot to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, the first massive news story of today's broadcast is this. The U.S. State Department just this morning has officially gone nuclear on the United Nations on mass migration and really the Islamification of the Western world. We're going to break all of that down. The United States, the U.S. State Department is putting its foot down. Enough is enough. Ladies and gentlemen, ICE, our beloved ICE, soon to be called NICE perhaps, has just busted a racket of 10,000 foreign students that have been stealing money, federal tax dollars from U.S. taxpayers. What's more, they've been spying on the United States of America. I kid you not. We're going to break that story down as well. Also, this really is massive. Just hours before the big meeting is set to take place over in Beijing in China, the CCP is already making absolutely massive concessions to President Trump. And like I said, the meetings haven't even started yet. And China is already embarrassed. Trump has called their bluff of sorts. And then also, of course, things have just gotten very bad, really absolutely catastrophic for none other than the Iranian regime. Now, I kid you not when I say this, but as this ceasefire hangs on by nothing more than perhaps a single thread, at this point, well, we got the confirmation this morning that Iran's very own neighbors, numerous of them, several of them over in the Middle East,
Damn dog.
have, guess
what
decided
did you
to join in taking it upon themselves to directly attack the Iranian regime on their
Is that what you
own.
call it, dog?
Folks, this is going to be an absolutely massive show. Like I said, we have a lot to talk about. Do me a favor. Make sure to hit that like button right now before you forget about it. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, subscribe to the show on YouTube, everywhere.
I don't know what time I realized you stopped talking.
Preamble out of the way. What do you say we go ahead and get
at least an hour
into the broadcast? I'm excited for this.
Fell asleep when I woke up.
Have you ever noticed that it seems like there's a radical Islamist agenda currently unfolding to slowly infiltrate and take over the entirety of the
Are you
West
still exploring the map?
United States, Canada, most certainly all across Europe. Really,
I wouldn't say I'm
go
exploring.
ahead
I'm just
and
driving
name
around
any
randomly.
Western country you want, and you can bet
What I
that
like to
this
do,
is
I like
what
to
is currently happening. Well,
minimize
folks, that's because this is what has been
memorable
happening.
exposure.
It is
So
happening
I'll
right
drive
now. And there
around
is,
to
as a
drive
matter of
around,
fact,
and
a
then once
very
I'm
coordinated agenda to
possibly
make
bored of
this
driving,
happen.
I'll explore,
But
like look around,
that's the bad news. Here's the good news.
and then I'll do it all
folks.
over again.
The Trump administration is aware of this, and they are not
How's your
going to
back
keep
right
on
now?
letting it happen. They are shutting it
Right now
down.
it's
In
okay,
fact,
I guess. Me
earlier
laying
this
down here
very morning,
feels good.
President Trump's State Department just went absolutely scorched earth on one of the leading culprits, if you will allow me to call it that, of this entire anti-Western, most certainly anti-American, pro-Islamist agenda. Who am I talking about? Well, none other than the United Nations. Now, before we get into all of this, folks, do me a favor, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe to the channel. But with that out of the way, before I give you today's good news, and it really is good news, first off, folks, allow me to show you just how bad, just how catastrophic things have recently gotten. First off, I want you to take a look at this. Muhammad has become the most
Dog, we should start a podcast.
name in many European capitals. Newborn child name trends in Europe's major cities. In Warsaw, that's in Poland, the name is Nikolai. Traditional Polish name, good for them. However, Amsterdam, Mohammed.
Yeah,
The
that
Hague,
would be.
Mohammed. Berlin in Deutschland. Mohammed. Brussels.
Kind of
Mohammed,
like
London. Muhammad. Manchester. Mohammed.
medical
Oslo,
drinker.
Norway. Mohammed. So you can begin to notice a little bit of a curious trend here. But beyond this, I've got something I want you to take a listen to.
New
This is famous
movies
historian
or
James
shows or
Federer. This is
whatever.
what he had to say about
Any kind of
this
fucking
very strange
event.
series of events. Take a listen.
So they say that by 2030 there will be a majority Muslim population in Europe, and they'll just flat out vote in Sharia law. And it won't just be no-go zones where they take over entire neighborhoods in Paris or around Belgium and London. No, they'll take over entire cities. And people forget, Egypt was completely Christian for 6 centuries. It's not anymore. All of North Africa was completely Christian for 6 centuries. It's not anymore. All in Turkey, all 7 churches mentioned in the Book of Revelation were all in Turkey. And they were all taken over by the Muslim Turks. Constantinople was the largest Christian city in the world, and the largest Christian church in the world. For
I woke up.
hundreds of years.
I tried to go back to sleep, but a whole fucking wave of negative thoughts started fucking coming into my head.
And recently they
So I'm just
allowed
like,
prayer,
fuck.
Muslim prayers in the Vatican. So we see that it's heading in
There's
that
no way.
direction.
Wow.
And the tremendous number of burning of churches in Europe.
Oh, yeah.
And
I feel like naps are fucking horrible for me,
racist,
dude.
you're a
So
bigot, you're some type of
not
phobe. I don't
surprised
even
that
know. You're
you feel
10
like
different
that.
types of phobe. But you know what, folks? I mean, here's the absolute truth. We need to be adults and live in reality and take a nice, sober look at what's currently going on. all of his concerns, really all of our concerns, all of my concerns. Well,
Why
these
don't
are
you put a
concerns
body
that
kit
are
on this
correct
car?
and warranted.
It has
What
one.
happens when Sharia law starts
Wasn't this
taking over?
the
That is
when
radical
it comes with
Islamist law.
Yeah, but it
What
was already
happens when
customized.
Sharia
So
law
this
even
is the body
begins to
kit. This is
replace
without it.
our own Western constitutionally protected laws?
You can't get more body
What
kits.
happens when the will of the people, the democratic
At
will of
least
the
not
people,
right
is no
now.
longer respected, and all that matters is what some radical Islamist imam has to say? Is that something that we should be concerned
I
about?
guess that would be
Well,
one of my
yes,
critiques,
of
right? That it
course,
doesn't
absolutely.
have that many options.
And that's
at least
actually
right now.
what we're seeing all across Europe right now in numerous places. If it hasn't already happened, we're on the cusp of seeing that happen in many
They'll
places
add
in Europe
more.
already. In fact, I want you to
You
take a look
asked
at
it,
this
do I think
recent
they'll add more?
report from literally just this morning. Quote, "We must not become a caliphate."
They haven't before.
Yuri in Austria.
But
This study finds 41%
for
of young
this game
Muslims
specifically, since
say
there's
that
so
their
much
religion
talk around
supersedes the local
even
Austrian
around
laws.
the fucking release, I wouldn't be surprised
41%
if they do at some
of
point.
young Muslims in Austria think that their
What would you be
Islamist
surprised by?
laws supersede, that they are more important than the Austrian
I don't think I'd be
laws,
surprised
the
either way.
rules of
I
the
just
land. So over in
I
Europe,
don't think I
ladies
would be
and gentlemen,
surprised by either.
here's what's currently happening. The democratic will of the people, Congress, Parliament, any
You
sort of
customize the
republic
window
style
tint.
government, hell, even English common law. That is the very basic notion that you are innocent until proven guilty, and that you, the accused, deserve a trial amongst your
Color
peers in
darkness.
front of a judge. This is English common law.
sick.
Well, in many places in Europe already right now, perhaps God
All right,
forbid,
dog.
even in the United
Time to
States,
begin
people are
the
beginning to
decal
say,
streams.
well, we don't need those things anymore.
The
The
vinyl
bedrock, the foundation of
streams.
Western culture, we don't need those things. And the reason why is because now we've got our
Bro,
Islamist
just
imam
gotta do little
reading
by
his
little every
favorite
day.
hadith from the Quran about how infidels need to be butchered, perhaps, like goats at the
Eventually
market.
you'll
That's really what we need.
have, you'll
This
have
is
a
what we're
vinyl.
already beginning to see. But, folks, like I said, all of that is the bad news. We are. Fact of the matter, we are beginning to see these things. But here is the good news. You see, President Trump, the Trump administration, President Trump's State Department, in fact, has just come out this morning very publicly, and they have said, they've screamed from the rooftops, as a matter of fact, enough is enough. We are done tolerating this. We're done co-signing this. I want you to take a look at this.
Bro, you
Posted
ruined
by
it.
the official government Department of State page on X this morning. Last week, the United States of America refused to participate in the United Nations review of the Global Compact on Migration. The United States of America objects to the Global Compact on Migration and the United Nations efforts to facilitate replacement migration to the United States of America and our Western allies. Now, we've got more to read here, folks, but I want to pause, pump the brakes real fast. Look, 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, if you were publicly talking about replacement migration, you were designated as a schizophrenic conspiracy theorist. You're some type of right-wing nutjob. You're out of your damn mind. That is what they said. In fact, I remember very recently on many websites, 5, maybe 10 years ago, Twitter, as it was formerly known, Facebook, Twitch, which we are currently live podcasting on right now, you would have been banned or suspended or blacklisted or silenced for even thinking about this. What is replacement migration? It's the deliberate, concerted agenda. It's not accidental. It's not incidental. It is a deliberate agenda to replace you and me in our own ethnic homelands, our own nations that our ancestors built with foreigners from the third world. That is what we are talking about. That is what the United States State Department is publicly talking about this morning and condemning. God bless the Trump administration.
How many hours do you think you'll have in this game by the end of the month?
They're just getting going. They say the United States objects to the global compact on migration and the United Nations effort to facilitate replacement migration to the United States and our Western allies. Keep reading. United Nations agencies systematically facilitated mass migration into America and into Europe.
You know what this
Even
means,
as citizens
right?
of these nations called for restrictions on migration.
You're never finishing that fucking Star Destroyer,
Immigration
dog.
Compact's latest report urges nations to expand migration pathways and pursue
Finish it,
regularization.
dude. No, it's over. Might as well just delete it, dude.
UN agencies working with the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations that they fund, established a migration corridor through Central America and up to the United States border. As the American people suffered under an unprecedented wave of mass migration, the United Nations was on the ground pipelining migrants to our southern border.
I'm serious about that podcast, though.
United Nations officials greeted migrants along the route through the deadly Darien Gap.
What is Drinker's podcast like? Because I've never actually watched it. I've just seen clips.
Handed out maps to migrants en route to the United States.
Well, have you seen any of his, like, regular videos?
The deportation of these very illegal immigrants.
It's kind of like that, but he's got like a panel of people, like other YouTubers.
It's more of a, like, instead of like a prepared thing, it's more like a reaction to what he do videos on.
Yeah. Basically. Like they pull up stuff on the internet and they look at it and they give their take, whatever. They say, this is fucking stupid, or it's like woke.
What is it called? Bar or something?
I can't even remember the name, but
Time or some shit.
For the citizens of Western nations, mass migration was never safe. It introduced new security threats, imposed financial strains, and undermined the cohesion of our very societies. The United States will not legitimize global compacts that enable mass migration into the United States of America or our Western allies and our Western nations.
who knows, dog? We could be the new Ava and Preach. We'll end up on that podcast with all the chicks and all the retards and stuff.
Both of those guys are fucking gay as shit.
Yeah, I don't like, you know, they're from Toronto.
I know one is from Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I think they're from Toronto.
There's one that sounds gay, and then the other one fucking puts weird shit up his ass.
Whoa. This is new to me. Why do you say that?
What do I say? What, the first or second one?
About the one who's put shit up his ass. Why do you say that?
Pretty sure he's admitted it.
we said we want national sovereignty. We want American citizenship to mean something. We want to have a vote. We want the overwhelming Democratic
Never heard of that.
people to be respected and enforced. We have laws for a reason. They've been passed through Congress now.
Yeah, what if he is just referring to having a woman's tongue up his ass?
What's more, not only that,
considering it wouldn't actually go in, that wouldn't count.
What do you mean, dog? It can go in.
Bro, there ain't no way that her fucking tongue is sharp enough to go through that. Ain't no fucking way.
you should be saying, because we all know.
You don't think so, dude?
You know who is? Is co-stars speaking of Anglo-Saxons in Britain?
Nice, dude.
Merck's administration in Germany is sticking up for ethnic farmers living in Germany. Their own indigenous
So you wouldn't be interested in doing like a fucking like a podcast, or I don't know if it's a podcast or like a fucking reactionary thing, or it's just like you fucking pull up, you know, all the retarded shit and be like, yo, this is fucking retarded. I don't know, like Star Wars or some shit. Like honestly, like yo, fucking retard Nolan is gonna fucking ruin it. It doesn't have to be fucking prepared or anything. It's just us just fucking ranting.
Ladies and gentlemen, I saw
Oh,
that
yeah, we can watch it live, I guess,
and I
right?
said, wow, we got to talk about this on the show.
Yeah, without getting copyrighted.
And like I said, some of you might remember, you guys have been around for a while now. Some of you a little bit longer than me.
Really pausing it stops that from happening.
Well, because one reason why it's get copyrighted is because it's no longer transformative. It has to be transformative. So if you're reacting to something, you have to comment on it and give like commentary. Or else it's just copyrighted because you're just uploading their shit. That's why, like, technically you can react to songs, but you just have to pause it immediately. Because I think you have up to 30 seconds or some shit.
Show of hands, give me a one live chat in the live audience here. If you personally have been silenced or shadow banned or suspended or something like that, I don't know, at any point over the last 10 years, we call it the Trump era. If at some point during the Trump era, the last 10 years, when we had big tech, and the Biden administration and the Obama era deep state trying to shut down people like us, give me a one in the chat. I think pretty much everyone here has experienced that to some degree. I remember speaking of Twitch, which we're on right now. I remember this was 2021. I had said on Twitch on one of my live shows, this is 5 years ago. This is unrelated, but I was talking about how it seems a little bit weird that the COVID virus came from Wuhan, just like a couple blocks away from the Wuhan Center for Virology. I said, it seems like this wet market bat soup story doesn't really add up. I got banned. I got suspended for 2 weeks. I kid you not. In 2021, I got suspended on Twitch for 2 weeks. We're talking about how, I think probably COVID came from actually the virology lab and not the wet market. And so, never forget. Listen, this is just yet another reason why we can never let these people ever have power in our country ever again. You gotta vote in midterms. You gotta vote in the 2028 presidential election. The fate of the republic is at stake. We're gonna shut us down as sponsors. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. That's just one of our four massive stories today. Hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe. I appreciate that a lot. We have another big one here, ladies and gentlemen. This one, I saw this and it blew my mind. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, how's this for a headline? 10,000 foreign students caught spying on the United States of America and stealing federally taxpayer-funded benefits. Sounds absolutely crazy, right? That sounds insane. There's no way that happened. Well, guess what? That's actually exactly what has just happened this morning, and we got the confirmation. And I'll tell you what now, as a consequence of this, I'm going to break it all down, the Trump administration has really just absolutely kicked things into hyperdrive to shut down, once and for all of this anti-American predatory behavior that really flourished, thrived, when the Democrats were very recently in charge of the country. Now, do me a favor, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe real quick. But with that out of the way, let's go ahead and break all of this down. Just this morning, ICE just dropped a major fraud bombshell involving 10,000 foreign students who claimed to be working for highly highly suspect employers as part of the federal government's Operational Practical Training Program, OPT, Operational Practical Training Program. It's a work program for foreign students. Now, let's take a listen to really the official statement from ICE just this morning. Take a listen.
Today we are announcing that we have identified over 10,000 foreign students who claim to be working for highly suspect employers. And that's just among the 2025 OPT employers. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Over the past year, we've dramatically expanded our oversight of OPT and can report that we found fraud nationwide. HSI agents have visited Virginia, Texas, Georgia, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, North Carolina. Many of these employers include NGOs engaged in suspicious activity. We've discovered empty buildings, locked doors and addresses. Hundreds of foreign students are allegedly employed. In many cases, multiple OPT employers claim to operate from the same address, but none actually lease the facility. We found small residential addresses listed as work sites for hundreds of foreign students, yet no employees were present. When someone does answer the door, they statements are consistent, or they claim no knowledge of the business. We're also seeing financial red flags. Many alleged employees display clear fraud, including tax liens, civil lawsuits, collections, and breaches of contract. We are seeing suspicious financial transactions moving cash across multiple countries. We discovered that numerous businesses failed to maintain basic employment records for the foreign students, raising serious tax concerns. Some employers claim to have offshore human resources and payroll personnel. And finally, we're finding what we call phantom employees. We've identified foreign students who obtained work authorization documents through OPT, but never showed up for work at the sites they claimed. While we can't share details on our investigations, I can assure you that more information is forthcoming and that we are taking this fraud very seriously. With that,
ladies and gentlemen, as all of you and I, we wake up every single day, we go to work, get a job, we pay taxes, we bust get gas every day, we have a job, we've got a boss, we've got to deal with him, you know, all it's like normal, functional human stuff, okay? Yet in this story here, it's like story after story, instance after instance of immigrants coming in the country defrauding all of us taxpayers, in this case, foreign students, getting student visas, coming into the United States, and then receiving fraudulent payments from taxpayer-funded programs facilitated by a network of foreign, similarly foreign NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Just not only are they here in the country taking up spots in our universities that otherwise could go to American students, no, they're stealing money out of our pockets as well. To the tune of 10,000 of them have just been caught today. But okay, so beyond obviously catching all of these foreign student fraudsters and taking them out of the country, revoking the student visas, perhaps even criminally prosecuting them involved, where do we go from here? Is there anything that we can do to stop this from happening again in the future? Because that's really what we need to do here. Well, folks, breaking news up as of this morning. Over the last 14 months that President Trump has been in the White House so far, we have seen a 20% drop in foreign student visa clampdowns that the Trump administration has been carrying out. U.S. colleges across the country report 20% drop in foreign student visas. And you know what? That's exactly what we need to see. This is what we need to see. But okay, why don't we go ahead and talk about why exactly this massive 20% drop, and keep in mind, it's only been 14 months. If you're like, oh, it should be 100, it's only been 14 months. Let's keep on plugging away here. Let's talk about why this absolutely massive drop in foreign student visas has even taken place. Well, over the last 14 months, the Trump administration has been clamping down on all types of visas, as you know, H-1B, in this case, specifically, the F1 student visa. F1 students. In fact, over the last 14 months alone, we've seen the number of F1 student visas going now altogether drop by 34%. And beyond the 20% drop in total current foreign students in the country, we've also seen an even larger 24% drop in foreign students enroll in postgraduate programs like master's and doctorate programs. And so here's what's funny about all of this. All of these left-wing universities across the United States of America, right this very moment, are actually melting down right now. Because the Trump administration has limited their capacity to effectively sell university enrollment to a bunch of rich kids from foreign countries. Meaning that now all of these left-wing universities are making less money. I know, how sad is that? Well, okay, this is just me. This is my opinion. I've got a novel idea here. I know that this is going to sound absolutely crazy, but how about these universities start, I don't know, accepting American students? Or even better yet, how about these universities, how about they start accepting all of the white American students that have been racially discriminated against and sidelined, institutionally so, by a never-ending series of anti-white DEI and now unconstitutional affirmative action policies. Now, I'll tell you a personal story. I don't know if I've heard you guys this before. Back in 2016, I was actually personally denied a $1,500 scholarship at Portland State University in Portland, Oregon, despite being low income and having a good 3.75 GPA, because I don't know why. I did not fit the racial criteria of the Equal Access Scholarship program to which I was applying. In other words, I was white, and I otherwise qualified. Because I was white, I did not get the scholarship that I applied for. So, pardon me here, but I don't really have much sympathy for any of these anti-American, anti-white, money-hungry left-wing universities. If you want to make money, left-wing universities, then maybe you should try admitting American students first. Really, I don't think it's that complicated. But you know what? Beyond that, speaking of putting American students first, we are not just seeing a decrease in foreign students at the university level or the graduate program level. No. It's also happening in our K through 12, kindergarten through high school system as well across the country. That's a good thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got something I want you to take a look at. First off, we have a report coming out of Dallas, Texas this morning. Texas public schools lose over 76,000 students in 1 year. Statewide enrollment dropped sharply between 2024 and 2025 and 2025 to 2026, marking the second largest single-year decline in modern history outside of the pandemic, of course. Hispanic students particularly accounted for 81% of this 76,000 student disappearance in 1 year, with the steepest drops being in elementary school. Folks, this is the type of stuff we need to see. But really, this story here, just in Texas, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Let me ask you first, before I show you something else, why do you think this is happening? I'll give you a hint. I'll just tell it to you. Mass deportations. That's why this is happening. In 2025 to 2026? What changed? Mass deportations. Like I said, though, tip of the iceberg. Folks, let's go ahead and break all this down. I've got some extra information for you. Beyond the 76,000 students vanishing in Texas, mass deportations, enrollment in English learner programs have similarly absolutely plummeted. Students in the United States that can't speak English, they've got to take extra classes, ESL, English learner programs. Enrollment in those programs plummeting. We've seen mass decreases in school attendance during periods of documented ICE activity. What does that mean? When ICE is in the town, when ICE is in the neighborhood, whatever town we're talking about, a lot of kids, they just stop showing up to school. I wonder why. Because similarly, they are here illegally alongside their families. That's why. We've seen thousands of workers, city by city, whenever ICE is in the neighborhood, they mysteriously stop showing up to work.
This should be interesting. Ain't seen the Nerd Radic in a while. Go ahead and get over there and subscribe. sent you. Check this out, because this backlash is getting bigger and bigger. And it's just weird that Christopher Nolan is talking about accuracy, and he's changing all these things in the movie, making them inaccurate. Doesn't make any sense. But everyone said this is Oscar bait. He's going for Oscars. He's checking the boxes. So y'all said they would never get him. Oh no, Christopher Nolan would never go modern audience. You don't know who he works for. You don't know who's paying his checks. You don't know who's above him. You don't know. If you don't know him personally, and sometimes even when you know someone personally, you don't know what they're really willing to do for an Oscar or money or extra fame or whatever it is. Clout. I don't know why he's doing it, but it is what it is. Check this out.
This idea was also explored in a book called Black Athena. I think people should read it, which argues that classical Greek culture is heavily indebted to Afro-Asiatic and Near Eastern roots. I actually taught Greek mythology to 8th graders. And so I covered this. So people that are saying that Helen of Troy could not possibly be played by a Black woman don't know history.
You just said.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It describes her. Okay? It's kind of similar to how Snape is described. In that, the way she's described, you know, is a white person. And the way he's described, you know, is a white person. You know what I'm saying? So just no matter what color the character is, whether they're black or white or anything in between, just keep them faithful to the writings. No matter what you're bringing to the screen, and people are going to be a lot happier with you.
Is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to
What movie is this?
that could be considered
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Burgerotic.com. Greetings, you over 1 million practitioners of common sense.
I love that shot right there, man.
Supply these days, and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. Without a doubt, Christopher Nolan.
Right when he turns around, I'm like, damn,
He's
let's
the
go.
most notable director. He's the
eyes.
last movie star. The only guy in Tinseltown who can consistently put butts in seats on his name alone. And there's no...
James Cameron can too. James Cameron can too.
better proof of that than Oppenheimer, a 3-hour biopic where a bunch of it's in black and white. People are just sitting around and talking.
James Cameron don't miss. He's unstoppable. If I had to bet all my money on any director, past, present, or future right now, because I can't time travel, I'm betting it on Cameron. He don't miss. And he just turns out the billion-dollar movies. He takes 19 years to make a movie, and it comes out, whether you think it's great or not. If you need your profits to soar, if you want to make your money back, bet on Cameron.
And almost made $1 billion and won a lot of Academy Awards, including Best Picture. Nothing you guys don't know already, yet it doesn't make it any less insane, but that is the power of Nolan. That's why it's surprising to be in this unusual territory of having to talk about Christopher Nolan's name mired in controversy. And no, it's not because of the questionable sound mixing where you're watching some of his movies at home and you constantly have to have your finger on the volume button. And no, it's not because of some of the questionable science at Interstellar.
Which one of his movies is like that? Because I haven't noticed. That's funny now. So yeah, it's funny sound mixing, huh? Didn't know that.
Or the questionable quality of The Dark Knight Rises. And listen, there's no question that movie's terrible.
I told people, if Bane wasn't in that movie, we got a major problem. Bane made the movie for me. if Bane wasn't in it, see, with The Dark Knight, they did a real good job with Batman in a lot of those scenes. And I'm kind of like, and I'm thinking of it right now. I'm like, if the Joker wasn't in it, say it was the Riddler, would it have been as good? Possibly. I don't know what Nolan's take would be on the Riddler, though. But, I mean, the fact of the matter is, superhero movies usually, you're going to have to weigh it on the scale of both the hero and the villain. A lot of times the villains really do make the move. Like Jack Nicholson was so funny in Batman 1989. I mean, Michael Keaton was good as Batman, but they needed Keaton's Joker for it to be as good as it was. So it's kind of like a symbiotic relationship there. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but I know this. I think that The Dark Knight Rises definitely needed Bane more than The Dark Knight needed the Joker. Because of he didn't show up till like an hour in the movie. I still enjoyed myself, but he didn't show up until Batman ain't show up until an hour into the damn movie. You can't do that. It wasn't like that with The Dark Knight. Dark Knight, he showed up. You know what I'm saying? He showed up early. Loitering. Y'all should all know what I mean. So, yeah, let's keep going here.
Because despite all of those things, Nolan movies make a lot of money. And he's got the biggest and most enthusiastic fan base I have ever seen for a director. And yes, I'm including Steven Spielberg from the 80s. Now, occasionally, they can make a Snyder Bros sound reasonable because they're passionate. That's why, to say the least, it's a bit odd with The Odyssey that Christopher Nolan, the big daddy of Hollywood, is playing the Hollywood game when he doesn't need to. People used to joke that Christopher Nolan could probably use a real atom bomb in Oppenheimer, and the truth is, if he really wanted one, they would find a way. So when some of the questionable casting of The Odyssey was announced, Christopher Nolan got something that he earned by...
I'm just going to tell you the way I think right now. At this point, I do not think that anyone is beyond getting pulled into making modern audience stuff. Okay, these directors and these actors all have control over what they say yes to and no to. Now, who knows? Maybe they owe certain people favors. Maybe there's a little bit deeper to it, to where that maybe they don't have a say. Maybe they signed on for a certain contract to make a certain amount of movies for a certain amount of things, and I get that. But beforehand, they had a choice of whether to sign that contract or not. You get what I'm saying? So when people say, I don't blame the actor, no. The actor had a choice of whether they wanted to be in that movie or not. You get what I'm saying? Okay? If I was a Hollywood actor and someone said we want to cast you as Iron Man, I would say no. Because I know where that's going. I know what they're doing. No. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to steer your career in the right way. But you never know. See, there's respect to the fans and there's respect to your peers. If you can get respect to the fans and the peers at the same time, that's like, oh, bravo. But sometimes, to keep working, people are desperate. And they want the respect of their peers more than they want the respect of the public, because maybe it'll keep them working. So they'll take roles that they know they shouldn't take. That'll get them backlash and problems and booed. Just because the machine's moving that way. The higher ups say, oh, well, look, he took that. You know what I'm saying?
Hollywood doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt. And let's face it, most of the casting is pretty good. Now, Matt Damon isn't anyone's first choice for Odysseus, but he's not bad. Tom Holland, Robert Pattinson, Anne Hathaway, John Bernthal, Mia Goth, James Remar, and even Charlize Theron, because the more time she spends on a set filming a movie, the less time she spends adopting children and changing them. But after that, it gets pretty bad. Let's face it, when people are overlooking Zendaya playing Athena, you know you're in trouble. I don't have anything against Zendaya, and I don't think she's as bad as Pedro Pascal. I am just curious as to why she gets cast in so many productions when she
This is what they should have did. If they didn't want any backlash at all, this is a Greek thing, then everyone should look somehow Greek. You need to take a look at Greek people, and whatever spectrum Greek people run on, you need to pick that. And I'm not talking about somebody from a different ethnicity or nation that was born there. And it's like, yeah, if I was born in Russia, I'd be a black Russian. But you know what I mean. Okay, so
Dude, that's based.
have them all look as close to Greek as possible. And you need to pick that. And I'm not talking about somebody from a different ethnicity or nation that was born there. And it's like, yeah, if I was born in Russia, I'd be a black Russian. But you know what I mean. Okay, so have them all look as close to Greek as possible. And then they wouldn't have had, I don't think they would have had no problems.
As the acting range of Tessa Thompson. Then there's John Leguizamo, who has consistently argued that Latinos should play Latino roles. By that logic,
Which doesn't make sense. He shouldn't have played Luigi then, because Luigi's Italian.
Shouldn't be playing Aeneas unless my geography's bad and Colombia is located in the Aegean Sea. Of course, there's rapper Travis Scott, who I'm totally familiar with, who was cast as the Bard, where Christopher Nolan said I cast him because I wanted to nod towards the idea that this story has been handed down as oral poetry, which is analogous to rap.
Is it though?
In case I almost wish I was going to be around in a couple of thousand years as people pass on the oral history of Baby's Got Back. Anyway, I think Asmongold has a better and more savage alternative casting for Travis Scott.
Maybe he should have cast Travis Scott as Hades. That way he could send people to the underworld like he did with Astroworld.
8 people in the crowd.
Oh no! Then we get to what may or may not be the worst of the casting. It has been rumored for months that Lupita Nyong'o was playing Helen of Troy, and just a couple of days ago, it was confirmed. The face that launched 1,000 ships, and the face that was behind Will Smith right after he smacked the shit out of Chris Rock at the Oscars.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth! I'm going.
Yo, it's funny. Everyone was like, yo, why did he laughed at the joke? Why did he get up and smack him like that if he laughed? And everyone kept saying, Lupita, no. Lupita, no.
A decision that has earned the label the DEIC, and it's got everyone scratching their head and asking Christopher Nolan, what the fuck are you doing? The man known for ground.
I'm not surprised at all. I've been telling you a lot of these big companies and big people can be swerved. You don't know who they owe a debt to. You don't know who they signed a contract to. You don't know who's paying them. Okay? So when everyone said that GTA 6 was supposed to come out last year, and the big rumor running around was that they modern audience it up. They woke it up, and that's the reason why that they delayed it. It's a high possibility because they saw the destruction that DEI and modern audience and all this stuff was doing to everything. And they want this to be a legit, the biggest launch ever in entertainment. So if they want to do that, they better get the fans on their side and give them what they want. Now, GTA, they make fun of both sides and talk about everybody, but they got to do it right because the fans have magnifying glasses out now and they see everything you do. They're paying extra attention to what you do. So if you F up, they're going to point it out.
Things even with the wildest concepts. The guy committed to realism and technical craftsmanship goes full Netflix. From the same global entertainment industry that gave us Black Cleopatra, Black Little Mermaid, Black Anne Boleyn, Latina Snow White, Black Female Dwarves, Black Elves, Black Female Viking Queen, Jarl Hacken, and Black Snape. We get Black Helen of Troy, who is originally from Sparta. And I would expect this from the rest of Hollywood, but not from Chris Nolan. And that...
It doesn't surprise me at all. And it irritates me so much that you keep using my people to do that. Especially like in particularly in something like DC or Marvel, where you literally have original black characters that are superheroes that they can bring in. But instead, they race swap them. It's almost like they're on purpose trying to piss fans of all the characters that they do this to, piss them off. And, you know, they gender swap, they race swap, and they sexuality swap. And they keep doing it. When they literally have a wealth of characters of different ethnicities and races that they can use that are original. And they have a wealth of female characters and male characters that they can use. It doesn't make any sense that they keep doing it. Other than, I guess, to check boxes to win an Oscar.
That's why the rumor of Paige playing the ghost of Achilles, something that a lot of people thought was preposterous a few days ago, has now become believable. And the memes have been glorious.
Here we go. Here it comes. Yo. I saw that one, Trojan. Oh, good Lord.
And on top of that, Elon's been dunking it, and it actually made the news.
Famous Hollywood director Christopher Nolan, this guy right here, is making a movie based on the book, the poem, The Odyssey. And I'm not kidding when I say any of this. But the role of Achilles will reportedly be played by Paige.
Now, it has to be stated this has not been confirmed, but you can't blame anyone for believing it. Now, a lot of people think it's going to be Elpenor, a former crew member who died accidentally, who's begging Odysseus and the underworld to find his body so he can give him a proper burial. Or Paige could be playing Anticlea, Odysseus' mother, who Odysseus can call mommy. And yes, I had to look up how to pronounce these names because most of my bandwidth is used towards remembering Tolkien names, and if I get any of them wrong, I don't care. Speaking of Tolkien, things have got. If I get any of them wrong, I don't care. Speaking of Tolkien, things have gotten so bad that the Access Media feels they need to come in and sweep for Nolan. From Variety, The Odyssey, why Elon Musk and his troll army attacks aren't just silly but wildly inaccurate. For starters, since the casting announcement, people have been roasting this movie long before Elon Musk chimed in. And if you're going to say the trolls army's attacks aren't just silly but wildly inaccurate, I wouldn't have used the examples they're about to bring up. From the team that brought you Why is Snow White Latina? Why are there black people in the Rings of Power? And Star Wars has gone woke comes the latest online onslaught against an anticipated Hollywood project that committed the unfathomable.
You know what doesn't make any sense to me? We know. Okay, so when a person asks why is Snow White Latina, they're referring to the fact that the way she's described is not Latina whatsoever. Okay, and then we're talking about why are there black people in the Rings of Power. Well, he wrote it about it's a European fantasy. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So it's like if I'm reading about an African nation, okay, and it's a story from there, and it's literally about all African people. If you switch out everybody for a bunch of white people, it doesn't work. Like these questions here don't make any sense because everyone knows why they're asking the question, and they're legitimate questions. It doesn't make any sense. Just stay faithful to the source material, and you really can't go wrong. After that, it's execution. Stay faithful to the source material, and then see how you execute your story.
Sin of having a diverse cast. Considering Snow White was 2025's biggest box office bomb, losing well over $200 million for Disney, with the Rings of Power Season 2, they lost 60% of their audience.
I can't believe they're doing the third season.
The Hollywood Reporter, Variety's sister website, because they're all owned by the same company, Penske Media, reported for Season 1, it only had a 37% completion rate, meaning 63% of the audience that started the season fell off.
Yeah,
so they lost 60% from the season where they lost 63%.
Beautiful and horrible all at the same time. It was like dating a really stupid, good-looking woman. It was just horrible. Okay, and I did date one like that. I was just like, my God, this conversation is terrible. What is wrong with this woman? Why isn't? Whoo! And I gave her a chance twice. Okay, twice. The second time, I was like, okay, there is no really those three strikes with this. I've given it a second chance, and she's totally on a different level, different plane, different level of thinking. She just, I don't know, man. She was nice for the most part, but
Percent of the time, it works every time.
And what are you doing bringing up Star Wars? It's in the worst shape it's ever been. How bad? Well, 2 years ago, your sister website, The Hollywood Reporter, had to ask, is Disney bad at making Star Wars? And the answer is yes, and it's only gotten worse since then. So the only thing being silly and wildly inaccurate here...
You know what the wild thing is? They weren't. Like, when The Force Awakens came out, people were excited. Just everything, just all this, the fan speculation abounded. Just we didn't know if she was Anakin incarnated. That's what I thought. I was like, she's got to be Anakin reincarnated or something. To be able to do all of that the way she was doing, wow, that would be a kind of a cool story. We thought that both him, Finn, and her were going to become Jedi. They're going to be, you know, oh God. We were so excited. And with what they did, starting with The Last Jedi, and just kept going, destroying everything. And Rogue One was good. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, what? Ugh. They know what to do. They decided not to.
Is you, the Access Media, which tracks...